Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The low, resonant hum of the lathe was the only sound in the workshop. A steady, metallic purr that had been the constant background music to Elia's life for 40 years. It was the sound of order, of a world turning as it should, of wood being shaped to a man's will. Then, with a finality that was both abrupt and absolute, the sound ceased. The motor died, not with a sputter or a cough, but with a silent, swift extinction, like a candle flame pinched out in a dark room. The sudden silence was not empty. It was a physical presence, a weight that pressed in on Elia's eardrums, thick and expectant. He stood there, his gnarled hand still resting on the off switch, though he had not touched it. The half-turned spindle of an oak table leg sat frozen in the chuck, a ghost of its future form. He knew, in the way one knows the path of a familiar creak on the stairs at night, that the power was not out. The single bare bulb above his head still cast its jaundiced light. This was a different kind of absence. It was the absence of the hum, a specific frequency that had been part of this house, this land, for longer than the wiring, longer than the lathe itself. It was a sound he had come to think of as the land's own heartbeat, a vibration that had been running uninterrupted since the day his grandfather, a man named Dexter, had first unlocked something in the soil beneath the foundation. Dexter had been a seeker, a man of ambition that burned brighter than any forge. He had not been content with the small, quiet life of a carpenter in a town forgotten by the mapmakers. He hungered for a resonance beyond the physical, a power that thrummed in the spaces between atoms. In the town's derelict library, in books that smelled of foxed paper and profound neglect, he found the whispers of it. It was in the geometry of certain patterns, in the recitation of certain sounds that were not quite words. He called it the underhum, the fundamental tone of creation that lay just beneath the skin of the world. And with the help of a man named Anders, a rival whose hunger was colder, more calculating, he found a way to listen. Their workshop had been this very spot, though the house then was little more than a shack. They had built a device, not of wires and transistors, but of carved stone and aligned magnets, a focusing lens for the mind. They would sit for hours, their hands on the cold stone, their consciousnesses stretching down into the granular darkness of the soil, past the roots of the ancient oaks, into a place where physics became fluid and thought could take shape. They found a dimension not of light, but of potential, a sea of raw, unformed dream stuff, where desire was the only architect. It began with small things. Dexter could shape wood without tools, his will alone guiding the grain into impossible, beautiful spirals. Anders could whisper to the townsfolk and find their deepest insecurities taking root, blooming into actions that benefited him. But the underhum was a two-way conduit. As they drew power from it, it began to draw from them. It fed on their ambition, their rivalry, their very essence. Their conflict was a feast for the nebulous beings that drifted in that hidden dimension. Formless entities for whom human emotion was a brilliant, intoxicating light. The final schism happened on a night of howling wind. Dexter, terrified of the addictive, corrosive nature of what they had tapped, wanted to seal the conduit, to bury the stone device, and forget the formulae. Anders saw it as the dawn of a new age, with himself as its god. Their struggle was not physical, but a battle of wills fought in that psychic space. They tore at each other with shaped nightmares, with amplified fears. They did not destroy each other. Instead, they became anchors, two opposing poles of a terrible magnet. Dexter's essence became a knot of protective, desperate energy, bound to the house, to the land, a dam against the flood. Anders' S became a vortex of hungry attraction, a leak into the world. Their war did not end. It was fossilized, embedded in the very reality of the place, a conflict that would span generations. Elias, Dexter's grandson, had lived his entire life within the fragile sanctuary his grandfather's sacrifice had created. The steady hum of the lathe was the sound of that sanctuary's wall, a barrier maintained by ritual and routine. And now it had stopped. The following days were a study in slow unraveling. The air in the house grew thick, carrying a scent that was at once of ozone and of rich, black soil after a rain. Shadows in the corners of Elias's vision seemed to congeal, to hold their shape a moment too long after he looked away. His dreams, once a blank expanse of sleep, became vivid and suffocating. He was a boy again, watching his father, a man hollowed out by the same legacy, stand for hours in the basement, staring at the western wall, muttering about the leak. He dreamed of Anders, not as a man, but as a presence, a cold, intelligent pressure, like a glacier slowly grinding its way toward the house. Ordinary people of the town began to change. It started subtly. Old Mrs. Gable, who ran the antique store, began to create sculptures from broken china and bird bones, beautiful and horrific tableaus that she claimed were shown to her in her sleep. The local children started playing a new, silent game in the woods, their movements synchronized and unnervingly precise, their eyes distant. They were canvases upon which the leaking influence from Anders' side of the conflict was painting its designs. Their desires, their petty jealousies and hidden cruelties were being amplified, made manifest. A man who secretly hated his neighbor's dog found the animal twisted and dead in its kennel, its spine arranged in a perfect, impossible circle. Elias's own daughter, Sarah, who lived in the city with her young son, Leo, began to call with a worried edge to her voice. Leo's having nightmares, Dad, bad ones. He keeps talking about the man in the ground and the pretty, hungry lights. He says they ray calling to him. Elias's blood ran cold. The legacy was not just geographical. It was blood deep. Anders, or the thing Anders had become, was reaching out for new instruments, for a descendant of Dexter S. bloodline to use as a key to finally shatter the dam. The revelation came to Elias not in a flash, but as a slow, dreadful dawn. He was in the basement, looking at the western wall his father had always feared. The stone foundation was sweating a dark, viscous fluid. He pressed his hand against it, and a jolt, not of electricity, but of pure memory, shot up his arm. He saw it all not as a story, but as an inheritance. He saw Dexter S.'s final, desperate act, binding himself to the house. He saw Anders S. triumphant, corrupted spirit, patient as stone, waiting for the bloodline to weaken. The conflict was not over. It was a cycle, and the current turn was nearing its end. The hum had stopped because the wall was failing. The things from the hidden dimension, the ones that fed on the struggle, were almost through. The climax was not a battle of spells, but a terrible choice made in the quiet of the basement. Leo had come to visit, drawn by a force he could not understand. The boy stood before the weeping wall, entranced, his small hand reaching out to touch the dark stain. Elias saw the hungry lights flickering in the boy's eyes, the influence of Anders coiling around his grandson's soul. He could fight. He could try to channel what little of Dexter's power remained in his own blood, to reignite the hum and reinforce the barrier. But it would mean a war fought through Leo, a psychic battle that would likely shatter the boy's mind. It would mean continuing the cycle, feeding the things that thrived on this conflict. Instead, Elias made a different choice. He walked to the old stone device, half buried in the corner, the very focus his grandfather had built. He did not try to close the conduit. He opened it wider. He placed his hands on the cold stone, and thinking not of resistance, but of acceptance, he let the dam break. There was no explosion. The world simply softened. The walls of the basement seemed to ripple like a reflection in a pond. The air filled with a silent, shimmering pressure. He saw them then, the beings from the hidden dimension, not as monsters with teeth, but as vast, serene, and utterly alien patterns of light and intention. They were beautiful, and they were hungry. They flowed into the world, not with destruction, but with a quiet assimilation. The very concept of the conflict, of Dexter and Anders, of good and evil, was a paltry human thing that they simply absorbed and moved beyond. Elias felt his own self beginning to unravel. His memories, his fears, his love for his grandson, all becoming threads in a vast, incomprehensible tapestry. It was not painful. It was a final, profound release. He saw the town outside, not being destroyed, but being rewritten. The trees bent into new, elegant geometries. The people walked the streets, their faces placid, their individual desires smoothed into a single, harmonious purpose. It was a new reality, a peace that was also an oblivion. Years later, or perhaps no time at all, a man walked through the quiet, geometrically perfect streets of the town. His name was forgotten, as were all names. He entered a structure that had once been a house. In the center of a room that hummed with a soft, internal light, a boy sat before a lathe. But there was was no wood. The boy S. hands moved in the air, and from nothingness, he shaped a form of pure, shimmering potential. The form was beautiful and complete. The low, resonant hum of the lathe was the only sound, a steady metallic purr that was the constant background music to existence. Then, with a finality that was both abrupt and absolute, the sound ceased. The hum died, not with a sputter or a cough, but with a silent, swift extinction. The sudden silence was not empty. It was a physical presence, a weight that pressed in on the man's eardrums, thick and expectant. The boy's hands stilled. The shimmering form he had been crafting hung in the air for a moment, a perfect, impossible vase of solidified light. And then it dissolved into a fine, silent dust that faded to nothing. He looked up at the man, his eyes reflecting the room's soft luminescence. They were not the eyes of a child, but ancient and calm, like still water in a deep well. The man felt a tremor of recognition, a ghost of a memory from a world that had been folded away. He knew this place, though the walls were now smooth and seamless, humming with a low energy. He knew the boy, though he had no name to give him. This was the axis, the point where the new reality remained thin, where the silence could still fall. The boy spoke, and his voice was not a sound, but a vibration that arranged itself directly into meaning inside the man's mind. It is time again. The man did not ask what he meant. The knowledge was there, rising from the quieted depths of his own being. The peace was not permanent. The harmony was a state of balance, and balance, by its nature, is a temporary condition. The entities that had absorbed the old conflict had not destroyed the fundamental principle of opposition. They had merely satisfied their immediate hunger. But they were creatures of a dimension where thought was substance, and in this new world, thought still existed. A new tension was brewing, a subtle dissonance in the great hum. The boy, the last focal point of the bloodline that had once anchored the war, was the first to sense it. They are dreaming, the boy's thought voice continued. The ones who made this, they are beginning to dream of difference again. Sighed the perfect geometry of the town held. But the man, looking through a window that was no longer glass, but a solidified membrane of light, saw a flicker. A tree, its branches arranged in a flawless Fibonacci spiral, for a single second seemed to twist into a more familiar, gnarled shape. A woman walking down the street paused, and a shadow of confusion, a relic of individual emotion, passed over her serene face before smoothing back into placid unity. The system was experiencing a glitch. The great digestion of the old world was complete, and the entities, sated, were lapsing into a slumber. And in their slumber, they were dreaming the world anew, and their dreams were starting to contain echoes of what they had consumed. Conflict, desire, self. The boy stood up from the lathe. He walked to the man and placed a hand on his arm. The touch was cool and sent a cascade of images through the man's consciousness. He saw not the future, but the pattern. The hum was the sound of the dreamer's control, a lullaby keeping their creation stable. The silence was the sound of their attention wavering, the prelude to a new awakening. And when they fully awoke, they would be hungry once more. You are a remnant, the boy thought. A piece of the before time. You remember choice. The man understood. The new world was a beautiful, silent prison of harmony. The end of the hum was not a failure, but an opportunity. It was a crack through which something else could grow. The boy, a product of this world, could only maintain or cease the hum. He could not imagine an alternative. But the man, with the ghost of Elia's memories buried deep within him, could. He looked at the boy, then at the silent, non-functional lathe. He thought of the old conflict, not as a thing to be repeated, but as a lesson. Dexter had tried to wall off the power. Anders had tried to dominate it. Both had fed the cycle. Elias had chosen to surrender, to end the fight by letting the tide wash over them. But the tide had receded, and the shore looked different, but the ocean remained. The silence around them deepened, becoming a canvas. The man made his choice. He would not try to restart the hum. He would not try to rebuild the wall. He would not even try to wake the dreamers. Instead, he would whisper into their dream. He would use the silence, this fragile, expectant void, to introduce a new idea, a tiny, resilient seed of a thought that was neither conflict nor absolute harmony, but something else entirely. Something they had not consumed before. He closed his eyes, and from the forgotten places within himself, he summoned the memory of a thing that had no use in this perfected world. A flaw. The unique, asymmetrical beauty of a hand-turned piece of wood. The unpredictable rhythm of a heartbeat. The bittersweet ache of a love that was not universal but specific and fragile. He gathered these ghosts of a messier existence, and as the boy watched with his ancient, curious eyes, the man began to hum. It was a quiet, broken human sound, a tune without a name, full of hesitation and hope. And into the vast, dreaming silence, he let it go. The man's humble melody did not clash with the silence. It seeped into it, a faint stain on a boundless, blank canvas. The boy tilted his head, a gesture of pure curiosity, as the simple tune wound its way through the room. For a long moment, nothing happened. The perfect, humming walls remained, the soft light unwavering. Then a single leaf on the tree outside the window, the one that had flickered before, failed to return to its spiral. It curled inward, brown and brittle at the edges, a tiny monument to decay. The man saw it and hummed a little louder, pouring the memory of autumn, of endings that made new beginnings possible, into his wordless song. The boy's expression shifted from curiosity to something akin to concern. The stability of the world was a delicate thing, a consensus of the dreaming entities. This new vibration, this irregular pulse, was a foreign element. It was not a weapon, it was a question. And questions had no place here. The floor beneath their feet shuddered, not violently, but with a deep internal adjustment, as if the house were trying to reject a virus. The seamless walls pulsed, and the ambient light dimmed for a second, casting the room into a twilight that felt ancient and cold. The man felt a pressure building in his mind, a vast, drowsy attention beginning to stir. They were not awake, but they were restless. His hum was an itch in their collective dream. He knew he had only moments. He looked at the boy and saw not an ancient being, but his grandson, Leo. The memory was a sharp, painful knot in his chest. He changed the tune. It became a lullaby, one that Sarah had sung to Leo when he was a baby. It was a song of protection, of love anchored to a single, fleeting life. He poured all of Elias's love for his family, all the messy, desperate human joy and sorrow of that love, into the melody. The boy's eyes widened. A tremor ran through his small frame. The placid, unified light in his eyes fractured, and for a breathtaking second, the man saw pure, terrified Leo looking out. The boy gasped, a raw, human sound that was shockingly loud in the quiet room. The reaction from the dreaming entities was immediate. The air solidified. The man's hum was cut off, as if by a physical hand clamping over his mouth. The pressure in his head became agony, a silent scream demanding order and silence. The brown leaf outside the window vanished, replaced by a perfect emerald green replica. The room's light returned to its steady, soulless glow. The boy stood rigid, his face a mask of confusion. The glimpse of Leo was gone, smoothed over by the overwhelming will of the dreamers. But something had changed. A faint echo of the lullaby seemed to hang in the air, a ghost note that the system could not quite erase. The boy looked down at his own hands, turning them over as if seeing them for the first time. The man, unable to speak or hum, could only watch. He had failed to break the system, but he had planted a seed. The silence returned, but it was no longer absolute. It was a silence that now held a memory of a different song. And as the boy continued to stare at his hands, a faint, unsteady hum began to form on his own lips, a hesitant, imperfect imitation of the lullaby. The cycle was not repeating. It was evolving. The boy's hum was a fragile thread, thin and wavering, but it was his own. It did not seek to control the great hum of the world, nor did it try to silence it. It simply existed alongside it, a tiny, independent vibration. The man watched, his own mind still gripped by the oppressive need for quiet, but a profound relief washed through him. He had not given the boy an answer. He had given him a tool. The walls of the room seemed to listen. The soft, internal light flickered in time with the boy's uncertain melody. No longer a monolithic constant, but a thing that could be influenced. The boy took a step away from the silent lathe, his small figure outlined against the pulsing wall. He was not crafting stability from nothingness anymore. He was exploring the spaces between the notes of the world's song. He walked to the western wall, the same wall that had once wept a dark, fluid in a basement, that was now only a memory folded into the foundation of this new structure. He placed his palm flat against its warm, seamless surface. His hum changed, deepening, taking on a questioning tone. The wall responded. The light within it swirled, and for a moment the man saw the ghost of the old stone foundation, the sweat of a long-vanished conflict bleeding through the perfection. The boy was not trying to resurrect the past. He was asking the present to acknowledge it. Outside, the changes became more pronounced. The geometrically perfect trees now swayed with a rhythm that was almost natural. The people in the streets did not break their synchronized walking, but their heads turned slightly, their eyes scanning the air as if hearing a distant, familiar sound. The dreamers were stirring, but not yet waking. Their dream was becoming more complex, infected by a virus of individuality that they had, until now, only consumed and neutralized. The pressure on the man's mind lessened. He found he could move again, could draw breath. He did not try to hum. This was the boy's path now. He was the bridge, the hybrid of the old world's messy potential and the new world's structured power. He was learning to dream within the dream, to introduce choice into a system built on predestination. The boy turned from the wall and looked at the man. His eyes still held that ancient calm, but now there was a new light in them, a spark of agency. They are listening. The boy's thought voice came, softer now, less an absolute statement and more of a shared observation. They do not understand, but they are curious. The great hum of the world softened its tone, becoming less a purr of control and more a whisper of inquiry. It was no longer a wall, but a conversation. The boy smiled, a small, tentative expression that was entirely his own. He walked back to the center of the room and sat cross-legged on the floor. He closed his eyes, and his humming wove itself into the fabric of the world's sound, a counterpoint that introduced the possibility of variation, of surprise, of stories that did not have to end in unity or destruction. The man sat down opposite him. He did not know what would happen when the dreamers fully awoke. Perhaps they would reject this new dissonance and wipe the world clean again. Perhaps they would incorporate it, and the world would become something stranger and more beautiful than either the old conflict or the silent peace. He did not know. But for the first time since the original hum had stopped, the silence was gone, replaced by a world that was alive with possibility. The war was over. The next thing was beginning. The new sound was not a single note, but a tapestry. The boy's hum wove through the foundational hum of the dreamers, creating harmonies and dissonances that shifted like weather. The man simply listened, his own memories settling like dust. He was a relic, and his purpose had been served. He had been the key to a lock that was now open. A soft chime resonated through the house, a sound that had no source. The boy opened his eyes. They were still deep, but the terrifying placidity was gone, replaced by a focused intensity. He stood and walked to the lathe. He did not sit. Instead, he passed his hand over the space where the wood would have been. This time, he did not draw form from nothingness. He pulled a memory from the air itself. A shape began to coalesce. It was rough, asymmetrical. It looked like the gnarled branch of an oak tree, complete with the bumps and twists of real growth. It was solid, but it pulsed with the same soft light as the walls. It was a thing of both worlds, imperfect and alive. The boy looked at the man and gestured toward the creation. His thought voice was a gentle invitation. It needs a story. The man understood. The dreamers had consumed stories of conflict. They understood only grand narratives of opposition and resolution. But this small, twisted shape needed a smaller, quieter story. A story of a boy climbing a tree to rescue a cat. A story of a man carving a toy for his grandson. A story that mattered only to the people in it. He reached out, not with his hands, but with his mind. He touched the shimmering wood and poured the simple, fragile memory of teaching Leo to whittle a piece of pine. The smell of the sap, the concentration on the boy's face, the small, clumsy bird he had produced. It was a story without a villain, without a battle. It was just a moment of connection. The wooden form glowed brighter, drinking in the narrative. Its twists seemed to tell the story of the knife's path. Its knots became the boy's moments of hesitation. It was no longer just an object. It was a record of a life. From outside came a new sound, faint, but distinct beneath the evolving hum. It was the sound of a single, real bird singing. The man looked through the window membrane and saw it. A sparrow with a slightly crooked wing, perched on the Fibonacci perfect branch of a tree. It was a flaw the system had not corrected. It was allowed. The boy smiled again, a fuller smile this time. He left the lathe and the storywood and moved to the doorway. The man followed. They stepped out into the street. The people were still there, but they were no longer walking in unison. Some had paused to look at the bird. Others were looking at their own hands with a dawning sense of wonder. A woman reached out and touched the bark of a tree, her fingers tracing a pattern that was not part of the design. The dreamers were not fighting the change. They were studying it. Their hunger was not for consumption anymore, but for understanding. The boy's hum was a teacher, showing them the value of the small, the irregular, the individual. The man knew then that he would not last much longer in this new world. He was a creature of the before time, and his substance was too solid, too fixed for this fluid reality. But he was not afraid. He watched the boy walk down the street, his small figure radiating a gentle power that was already starting to reshape the buildings around him, softening their hard edges, introducing the gentle chaos of lived-in spaces. The cycle was truly broken, not by a victory, but by an introduction. The war between light and dark had been replaced by the endless, beautiful variation of a world learning to sing in more than one voice. The man took a deep breath of the strange, sweet air, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt peace without oblivion. He sat on a step that was slowly becoming rough-hewn stone and watched the new world begin. The step beneath him felt reassuringly solid, its transformation from seamless light to rough stone, a slow and deliberate process. It was as if the world itself was remembering how to be real. The man watched the boy, Leo, stop further down the street. A man and a woman, their faces no longer blank, approached him. They did not bow or show deference. They simply began to speak, their voices hesitant at first, then gaining strength. The man was too far away to hear the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was the sound of people asking questions, sharing doubts, expressing wonder. They were building a conversation. A shadow fell over him. He looked up. The sky, which had been a uniform, soft gray, was developing textures. Faint wisps of cloud drifted, and the light had a new quality, the golden hue of late afternoon. Time was returning, not as a rigid meter, but as a fluid experience. He felt a deep weariness settle into his bones, a tiredness that was earned and welcome. Leo looked back at him, and their eyes met across the distance. No thought voice passed between them. None was needed. The boy nodded, a gesture of gratitude and farewell. Then he turned back to the small crowd gathering around him, their figures beginning to cast long, irregular shadows on the ground. The man leaned back against the wall of the house. It felt cool and slightly rough, like weathered wood. He closed his eyes, listening to the symphony of the new world. The underlying hum was still there, a deep bass note of vast, slumbering power, but woven through it were the melodies of individual lives, a laugh, a questioning murmur, the persistent song of the sparrow. It was not perfect harmony. It was messy, unpredictable, and alive. He thought of Sarah, of the life they had built and lost. He thought of Elia's, whose final act of surrender had made this fragile beginning possible. There was no sadness in the memories now. They were like the story wood in the lathe room, precious records that had helped seed this new reality. He had been the carrier, the vessel for what was needed. His work was done. The light behind his eyelids deepened to a warm red. He could feel the sun, a real sun, on his face for the first time in this world. The warmth seeped into him, comforting and final. His breathing slowed, becoming part of the rhythm around him. He did not fight the dissolution he felt coming. He welcomed it. He was a note in the song, and his part was ending, allowing the music to continue without him. As consciousness faded, the last thing he perceived was not a sound, but a feeling. It was the feeling of a hand, small and warm, slipping into his. It felt like Leo's hand from a long time ago. Then there was only the music, expanding, infinitely complex and beautiful, and he was part of it all. The music did not fade with his passing. It absorbed him, the final, quiet note of his life becoming a permanent resonance within the growing song. The step where he sat became more defined. A simple block of granite worn smooth by imaginary feet. A quiet monument to a finished story. Leo felt the shift, a gentle release of a long-held tension. He did not look back. There was no need. The memory of the man was everywhere now, in the texture of the stones and the quality of the light. He turned his full attention to the people around him. Their questions were simple, human. "Why does my chest feel tight?" one woman asked, her hand pressed over her heart. "I remember a name," a man whispered, "but I don't know whose whose it is. Leo did not give them answers. He showed them how to find their own. He hummed a fragment of a tune and encouraged them to find a variation. One woman, tentatively, began to sing a wordless melody that reminded her of rain on a rooftop. A man joined in with a deeper tone, the memory of a forge fire in his voice. Their individual sounds did not merge into one. They coexisted, creating a richer, more complex sound. The street itself continued to change. The buildings, once so perfectly aligned, now developed quirks. A window was slightly off-square. A vine, not part of any design, began to climb a wall, its leaves a slightly different shade of green. The dreamers were not just allowing this, they were participating. Their collective consciousness was learning to appreciate the beauty of the unplanned. Days began to cycle, marked by a sun that rose and set in a sky now dotted with stars that were not arranged in perfect patterns. Nights were darker, and the air grew cooler. People learned to seek shelter, to build fires not for survival, but for comfort. They started to tell stories, not the grand narratives of the old wars, but small, personal tales of the moments they were slowly remembering. A shared meal, a lost toy, a kindness. Leo became a quiet presence among them, not a ruler, but a guide. He helped them understand that the occasional pang of sadness was not a system error, but a memory of something loved and lost. He showed them that joy was sharper and more precious because it was fleeting. The world was becoming deeper, its colors more vibrant because it now held shadows. In the lathe room, the storywood remained. Others found it, and they understood. They began to create their own objects, infusing them with their rediscovered memories. A potter shaped clay into a bowl that was slightly lopsided, remembering the hands of a grandmother. A weaver created a blanket with a deliberate flaw in the pattern, a tribute to a child's first attempt. These objects were not tools. They were anchors, tying the new, fluid reality to the specific, emotional truth of individual lives. The great hum of the dreamers was still the foundation of it all, but it was no longer a song of control. It was the ground of being, the canvas upon which 1 billion individual brushes were now painting. They had awakened not to dominate, but to witness and to learn. The hunger for perfect, consuming unity had been replaced by an insatiable curiosity for the unique and the imperfect. One evening, Leo stood at the edge of the town, watching the sunset paint the clouds in shades of orange and purple. The air was cool, and he could smell wood smoke and damp earth. He felt a presence beside him, not physical, but a concentration of the collective attention. It was calm, patient. A question formed in the air, not in words, but as a feeling. What comes next? Leo looked down at his own hand, flexing his fingers. He thought of the man, of his sacrifice, of the simple, broken hum that had started it all. He smiled. "Whatever we choose," he said aloud, his voice just one more sound in the beautiful, unending noise of the world. The sound of his own voice, after so long, felt strange and new. It was another thread added to the tapestry. The presence beside him lingered, contemplating his answer, and then it slowly dispersed, its attention turning to a group of children who were trying to build a pile of colorful, uneven stones by the side of the path. Their laughter was a bright, sharp counterpoint to the deep hum of the earth. He did not need to guide every moment anymore. The process had its own momentum. He walked away from the town, following a path that was being worn into the grass by wandering feet. It led him to a small hill overlooking the settlement. From here, he could see the lights of individual fires flickering in the gathering dusk, each one a center of its own small world. The geometry was gone. The town looked lived in, organic, a little messy. It was perfect. He sat on the hill, pulling his knees to his chest. The last light of the sun faded, and the stars emerged, a scattering of bright, random points. He picked out one that seemed to pulse with a faint, blue light, and he remembered the man pointing out constellations on a clear night long ago. The memory was sweet and clear, without the old ache of loss. It was simply a part of him, as the man was now a part of the world. A soft rustle in the grass announced a visitor. It was the woman who had first remembered the song of rain. She sat down beside him without a word, following his gaze to the stars. After a long silence, she spoke, her voice quiet. "I remembered something else today," she said. "I remembered the smell of bread baking. It made me cry. I don't know why." "Because it was important," Leo said simply. She nodded, accepting this. "It feels like we are building something, but we are also remembering something. Which is it?" "Both," Leo said. "The dreamers built a world from nothing. We are helping them build a world from everything." The woman was silent for a while. Then she began to hum her rain song softly. Leo listened, and then he hummed the old lullaby, the one that had started it all. The two melodies wove together under the vast, starry sky, different, but not competing. They were just two people, remembering and building, under the attentive watch of a world that had finally learned how to listen. The night deepened around them, full of a peaceful, unscripted life. The hill became their quiet sanctuary as more people found their way up the path. They did not come for answers, but for the simple comfort of shared silence under the expansive sky. The man's lullaby and the woman's rain song faded, leaving only the sound of the wind through the grass, a sound that was now allowed to have its own wild voice. In the days that followed, the changes accelerated. A creek appeared at the edge of the town, its course meandering and unpredictable, carving its own path through the soft soil. Children were the first to wade into its cool waters, their shouts of discovery, a new kind of music. Artists emerged, not by decree, but by inclination. They painted murals on the walls that were no longer self-repairing, depicting half-remembered faces and dreams of forests that had never existed in this world. The pigments were made from crushed berries and earth, and the images would eventually fade in the rain, making room for new ones. Leo watched it all, a quiet guardian. He spent less time guiding and more time observing. He saw the first argument, a dispute over the placement of a new dwelling. The tension was palpable, a sharp, discordant note in the air. For a moment, he felt the old, instinctive pull of the dreamers, their programming to smooth over conflict and restore harmony. But the impulse passed. The two men, their faces flushed, were left to their disagreement. They shouted, they gestured, and then, haltingly, they began to negotiate. The resolution they reached was clumsy and imperfect, but it was theirs. The community watched, learned, and the world did not end. This was the true test, and the dreamers passed it. They learned that conflict did not have to mean destruction. It could mean growth. The memory of the man, of his world of harsh choices and resilient love, was the anchor that held them fast through this lesson. One morning, Leo walked back to the original house. The door was gone, the entrance now a simple archway overgrown with flowering vines. Inside, the lathe room was unchanged. The storywood still pulsed with its soft light on the workbench, a permanent record of a single precious moment. But next to it, someone had placed a small, hand-formed clay bird, a clear imitation of the clumsy pine carving from the man's memory. It was a tribute and a promise. Leo reached out and touched the rough wood. He felt the echo of the memory, sharp and clear. He also felt the countless other memories that had been woven into the world since then, the joy, the sadness, the quiet triumphs. The song was so complex now that no single consciousness could hold it all. It was a world. He left the house and walked through the bustling, noisy, wonderfully imperfect town. He came to the creek and followed it upstream, away from the sounds of community. The path grew wilder, the trees less orderly. He walked until the hum of the dreamers was a distant, comforting presence, like the sound of the ocean heard from far inland. Here, the world was being created moment by moment, with no design beyond the whims of the wind and the water. He found a flat rock by the water's edge and sat. He closed his eyes and listened to the pure, untutored sounds of the new wilderness. He let his own sense of self begin to soften, to blend with the rustling leaves and the babbling water. He had been the bridge, but a bridge is meant to be crossed. His work was truly complete. He took a deep breath, and for the first time, he did not hum a tune from the past or guide the song of the future. He simply existed, a note in the chord, a stone in the creek, and the world, in all its beautiful, unfinished glory, continued to sing around him. The water was cold against his skin, a sensation that was both startling and deeply familiar. He dipped his hand into the creek, watching the current flow around his fingers, altering its course for just a moment before continuing on its way. That was it, he thought. Not a resistance, but an interaction. A temporary change that was acknowledged and then absorbed into the whole. A leaf, yellow and shaped like a star, spun in an eddy near the bank. It was a type of tree that did not exist in any database he knew. It had simply appeared, a spontaneous expression of the world's newfound creativity. He felt a profound tiredness then, not of the body, but of the singular self. The effort of holding a specific shape, of being Leo, was immense. He had done it for so long, first out of survival, then out of duty. He lay back on the rock, the sun warming his face through the dappled canopy. The light danced on his closed eyelids. He could feel the boundaries softening. The memory of the man was not a separate thing anymore. It was a flavor in the air. The collective consciousness of the dreamers was not an external force. It was the mind of the world itself. And his own thoughts began to bleed into the sound of the water and the whisper of the wind. He did not try to hold on. There was no fear. This was not an ending, but a different kind of belonging. He thought of the lullaby one last time, not as a melody, but as a feeling of safety. As he did, he felt the hum of the world respond, a gentle, encompassing vibration that welcomed him home. His individual awareness dissolved like sugar in water. The last thing he knew was not a thought, but a sensation. The immense, quiet joy of a story continuing without a teller, forever branching into new and unexpected forms. Back in the town, a potter shaping a vase felt a sudden, inexplicable warmth in the clay. A child, chasing a butterfly, laughed with a sound that seemed to hold an echo of an old, comforting tune. The people felt a shift, a gentle settling, as if something long held in tension had finally relaxed. They looked at one another, and then at the world around them, with a new sense of ownership. The guide was gone, but the path was clear. The storywood in the lathe room glowed one last, bright pulse, and then its light faded, becoming simply wood again, rich with the grain of its history. It was no longer the only record. Every crafted object, every scar on a tree, every unique laugh was now a part of the song. The world was alive, imperfect, and free, its future unwritten, its voice a chorus of infinite variations. In the quiet that followed, the world did not fall silent. It found a new rhythm. The people, no longer dreamers, but simply inhabitants, began to live with a purpose that was not given to them, but discovered day by day. They built not for permanence, but for the moment, learning to love the way the wooden structures creaked in the wind, and the way the clay roofs developed hairline cracks that let in the morning sun. Seasons turned. The first winter was a time of discovery. The snow that fell was not a programmed event, but a natural consequence of the cooling air. It fell in soft, irregular flakes, piling into drifts that changed the familiar landscape. People learned the value of stored food and the deep comfort of a shared fire. They told stories during the long nights, and the tales grew with each telling, becoming myths and legends that explained the origins of a creek or the peculiar shape of a hill. Generations passed. The town by the creek grew, but it did not sprawl. New settlements sprang up in other valleys, each developing its own character. Some were quiet and contemplative, their people drawn to the forests. Others were bustling hubs of trade and craft, connected by paths that were worn by feet and cartwheels, not by design. The memory of the unified world of the dreamers faded into a hazy legend, a story of a time before choice, before difference. The hill where Leo had last sat became a place of pilgrimage, though no one could quite say why. They called it the Listening Hill. People would go there to be alone with their thoughts, or to share important news. It was said that if you listened carefully, you could hear the whole world breathing. A small, smooth stone was placed there long ago by a child, and over the years, others added to it, creating a cairn that grew slowly, organically, a silent testament to countless individual lives. The original house with the lathe room finally succumbed to time. The walls softened and slumped back into the earth, the vines claiming the last of the stones. But the storywood, now just a weathered piece of timber, was found by a traveler and carried to a new place. It was placed in the hall of a new community, a relic from the dawn of their time. No one knew the specific story it held, but they understood it was important. They would touch its grain for luck, or for solace, feeling the echo of something ancient and foundational. The song continued, as it always would. It was in the arguments and the reconciliations, in the births and the quiet passings. It was in the new melodies composed by musicians who had never heard a lullaby from a dead world, but who understood music in their bones. It was in the love stories and the farewells. The world was no longer a construct. It was a place. It was home. And somewhere, in the rustle of the leaves and the flow of the water, the essence of the man and the boy who had saved it all lingered, not as ghosts, but as a fundamental part of the harmony, forever part of the beautiful, unplanned, and endless noise. The traveler who had carried the storywood to the new hall was an old woman with eyes the color of a twilight sky. She had no memory of the unified world, only the stories passed down from her grandmother, who had been a child when the first arguments bloomed and were resolved. She placed the wood on a simple pedestal made of river stone. "This is a piece of the beginning," she told the children who gathered around, their faces curious in the firelight. "It reminds us that our world is made of stories, and that every story matters." One of the children, a girl with fierce, bright eyes, reached out and touched the wood. A shiver went through her, not of cold, but of recognition. That night, she dreamed not of the man's specific memory, but of her own. She saw a bird she had once seen, a flash of blue against the green of the forest, a moment so brief she had forgotten it until now. When she woke, she found a piece of soft clay, and with clumsy fingers tried to shape the bird she remembered. It was lopsided, one wing larger than the other, but it was hers. She took it to the hall and placed it beside the storywood. The old woman smiled and nodded. Soon, other children brought their own creations, a painted rock, a braided cord of grass, a carving of a strange fruit. The pedestal became crowded with these small, imperfect offerings, a living record of the present growing right beside the relic of the past. The world continued to surprise them. A range of mountains appeared on the horizon, their peaks white and sharp against the blue sky. No one had imagined them there. They simply were. Explorers set out, drawn by the challenge of the unknown. They returned with tales of hidden valleys and creatures, that sang with voices like chiming glass. They also brought back new kinds of stone, new metals, new ideas. The song of the world grew more complex with every discovery. In a valley between two of the new mountains, a spring bubbled up from the ground. Its water was clear and sweet, and it seemed to hold a peculiar property. Those who drank from it found their memories becoming clearer, not just of their own lives, but sometimes, faintly, of the time before. They remembered not the gray control, but the love that had broken it. They felt a gratitude so deep it had no name. A settlement grew around the spring, a place of quiet reflection and deep conversation. They built a simple open-air structure around the water source, a circle of columns supporting a roof that let the sunlight in. People would come from all across the land to sit and drink and remember. They called it the Well of Echoes. It was there, generations later, that a young man sat, sipping the cool water. He was a map maker, tasked with charting the new mountains. As the water settled in him, he felt a sudden, vivid impression, not a memory of his own, but of a man sitting on a rock by a creek, feeling a profound sense of peace. The feeling was so strong it brought tears to his eyes. He looked down at the map he was drawing, at the clean, precise lines he had made. Then he took his charcoal, and with a gentle hand, he smudged the edge of a river, making it look less certain. He added a shading to the mountains to suggest that their heights were not fully known. He was not making a perfect copy of the land. He was making a record of its mystery. It was a map that acknowledged its own incompleteness, and in doing so, it was more true than any perfect replica could ever be. He left the map at the Well of Echoes. Others saw it and understood. They began to create art and tools and stories that celebrated the unknown, that honored the gaps as much as the certainties. The world did not need to be fully understood to be deeply loved. In fact, it was the not knowing that made the love so fierce and so enduring. And high above, the stars continued to burn in their random, beautiful patterns, witnesses to a world that had learned the most valuable lesson of all: how to be free. The great hum was still there, a bass note of existence, but now it was the sound of potential, the quiet promise that tomorrow would always be different from today, and that the song, in all its glorious imperfection, would never, ever end. The young mapmaker's imperfect map became a new kind of relic. It was copied and carried to other settlements, not as a guide for travel, but as a philosophy. People began to see their own creations through this lens. A chair was carved to feel good to sit in, not to look perfect. A song was sung with a voice that sometimes cracked with emotion, and that crack was considered part of the beauty. They were learning to trust the process of becoming over the security of being finished. Years turned like pages in a book no one had written. The settlement by the Well of Echoes thrived as a center of learning, but it was a learning that prized questions above answers. One evening, an elder was speaking to a group of young people about the old times, about the legend of the boy who remembered a song. A young listener, a girl with a thoughtful frown, interrupted not out of rudeness, but from a genuine need to understand. "But if the dreamers are the world," she asked, "and we are the dreamers, then who are we dreaming for?" The elder smiled, a slow, spreading warmth on her aged face. "We are dreaming for the dream itself," she said. "The dream is the world, and we are its voice. It is a conversation that needs no listener outside of itself." The girl considered this, her eyes looking inward. Later that night, she climbed the listening hill. The cairn of stones was now a small mountain in its own right, each stone a silent story. She sat and listened to the wind, and she heard what everyone heard: the rustle of grass, the distant call of a night bird. But she listened deeper, past the individual sounds, to the silence that held them. And in that silence, she felt a presence, vast and attentive and deeply familiar. It was the world, listening to itself through her ears. She understood then that they were not alone on the hill. They were the hill, and the hill was them. The separation was an illusion that had been necessary long ago, a tool that had now been put aside. She placed her own stone on the cairn, a smooth, gray pebble from the creek. It was not an offering to something else. It was a note added to a song that was eternally being composed. Down in the valleys, life continued its vibrant, messy course. A great storm arose one summer, fiercer than any in living memory. It lashed the forests and swelled the creeks into raging rivers. Some dwellings were washed away. The people gathered in the halls they had built, sheltering together, their faces lit by flashes of lightning. There was fear, but there was no panic. They knew this was part of the world too. It was not a punishment or a test. It was simply weather. When the storm passed, they emerged to assess the damage. There was loss, and there was grief. They mourned what was gone. But then they began to rebuild, not exactly as it was before, but differently, learning from the path of the floodwaters. The new structures were stronger, raised on stilts, with a newfound respect for the power of the world they called home. The storm had not broken them. It had taught them a new verse in their song. And high above, beyond the atmosphere, in the cold, silent vacuum, a fragment of ancient metal drifted. It was a relic of the ship that had brought the dreamers to this world, a forgotten piece of a forgotten past. A tiny meteoroid struck it, sending it spinning slowly toward the planet below. It glowed for a brief, brilliant moment as it entered the atmosphere, a fleeting streak of light against the starry sky. A child saw it from a doorway and pointed, calling out in wonder. An old man looked up and smiled, making a wish out of a habit he did not understand. The shooting star burned away to nothing long before it reached the ground, its dust scattering on the wind. It was a final echo from a silent past, absorbed without a sound into the endless, beautiful noise of the present. The world continued, boundless and alive, dreaming itself into being forever. The dust from the shooting star settled imperceptibly across the forests and the rivers. The child who had seen it soon forgot the specific event, but retained a sense of wonder for the night sky. The old man's wish, a vague hope for his granddaughter's happiness, seemed to him to be answered when when she brought him a perfectly ripe fruit from the orchard the next day. Cause and effect were no longer straight lines, but a woven tapestry of chance and connection. The girl from the Well of Echoes, now a woman, became a keeper of questions. She walked from settlement to settlement, not to teach answers, but to listen to the stories that were emerging. In a coastal village, she found a community that built intricate boats, learning to read the moods of the new ocean by the color of the waves and the flight of the seabirds. Their stories were of the deep, of great gentle creatures that surfaced alongside their boats, eyes holding an intelligence that felt like kinship. She sat with them on the shore as they painted symbols onto their sails, each one representing a story of a journey or a storm survived. They did not paint maps of the sea, but impressions of it. A wavy line for a calm day, a sharp spiral for a sudden squall. Their art was a language of experience. She realized that the entire world was developing these languages, each unique to its place and people, yet all part of the same vast, unfolding conversation. One day, a young boat builder gave her a small carving. It was a figure sitting on a rock, its form smoothed by the sea, made from a piece of driftwood. It looked nothing like Leo, and the boy had no name for the feeling that had prompted him to make it. He simply said it felt like a memory of being still. She held the carving and felt the echo of a quiet creek, a sun-warmed rock, a final breath of singular consciousness becoming part of the whole. The memory was not hers, but it was true. She carried the carving back with her to the listening hill. The cairn was now a significant landmark, a testament to time's passage. She placed the small wooden figure among the stones, where it looked out over the valley. It was one more voice in the chorus. Centuries flowed like water. The languages of the different communities diversified, then slowly began to blend again as travel and trade increased. New stories were born from the meeting of different cultures, creating hybrids of music and art and technology that no single mind could have conceived. They learned to work the new metals from the mountains, not for weapons, but for tools that helped them shape their world with greater grace. They forged bells that rang with tones so pure they seemed to calm the wind, and glass that captured the light of the twin suns in swirling patterns. The world was rich with a history that was constantly being made and remade. The legend of the beginning was now a foundational myth, told in 100 different ways, its core truth unchanged. The idea of the guide was sometimes a man, sometimes a woman, sometimes a spirit of the forest. The important part was never the specific form, but the act of letting go in a time beyond measure. A scholar in a library filled with books and scrolls and digital records tried to compile a definitive history. She had accounts from 1,000 sources, but the older they were, the more they diverged. She grew frustrated, seeking a single, coherent narrative. In her search, she found a scan of the young mapmaker's smudged and imperfect chart. She stared at it for a long time, seeing the beauty in its admitted uncertainty. She closed her books and left the library. She walked into the vibrant, noisy streets of her city, where children played and artisans worked, and the air was filled with the smell of baking bread and blooming flowers. She understood then that the true history was not in the records. It was in the life happening all around her. It was in the way a baker shaped a loaf, in the way two friends greeted each other, in the way the rain began to fall, gently and without warning. She went back to her work, but she changed her goal. She no longer sought to write one history. Instead, she began to collect the stories of the present, the small, everyday moments that together were the living heart of the world. Her work became a celebration of the endless now, and on the listening hill, the wind blew through the grass, rustling around the cairn and the small, sea-smoothed carving. The great song continued, a symphony of countless lives, each a brief, bright note in an everlasting melody. There was no conductor, no composer, only the music itself, forever new, forever whole. The world was, and it was enough. The rain that fell on the city was the same rain that had fallen on the first garden, and on the hill where Leo had sat. It collected in gutters and dripped from leaves, eventually finding its way back to the rivers and out to the sea, where it would rise again as clouds. This cycle was the world's most fundamental rhythm, a physical echo of the cycle of stories. The scholar, whose name was Alara, found herself tracing these patterns everywhere. She saw them in the way a family recipe was passed down, each generation adding a slight twist, and in the way a joke told in the mountains would, months later, bring laughter in a coastal town with a different punchline. Her collection of present moments grew into an archive of astonishing diversity. There were recordings of lullabies from every valley, holosyms of dancers from the plains, and transcripts of conversations between elders and children. She did not organize them by date or location, but by feeling, by theme. A section on partings held a fisherman's wife's song from the coast next to a simple drawing from the mountains of an empty chair by a fire. People would visit the archive not to research, but to experience. They would sit in a quiet pod and let the emotions of strangers wash over them, finding their own lives reflected and understood. One day, a young man came to her, holding a small, handheld device of his own invention. It was not a tool for recording, but for translating. It could take the musical scale of the forest people and find its correlating pattern in the chime language of the mountain folk, creating a new, hybrid melody. He was hesitant, afraid it was an artificial intrusion. Alara listened to the strange, beautiful music it produced and shook her head. It is no more artificial than two people from different valleys falling in love, she said. The world is talking to itself through you. This is just another way to listen. The device spread, not as a replacement for old ways, but as a new instrument in the orchestra. Musicians used it to compose symphonies that sounded like the entire planet breathing. Storytellers used it to find the common threads in tales from opposite ends of the earth, revealing a shared humanity that was deeper than any difference. The song was becoming conscious of its own harmony. this consciousness did not erase conflict. There were still arguments over resources, disagreements over direction. But now, these disputes were followed by a new ritual. The involved parties would go to a quiet place, often the listening hill or the well of echoes, and they would use the translating device not to prove a point, but to understand the feeling behind the other's words. They would listen to the music of each other's grievances and fears. It did not always lead to agreement, but it always led to respect. The goal was no longer to win, but to keep the song from breaking into dissonance. Generations later, a child was born in the rebuilt city by the river. From her earliest moments, she was unusually quiet, her eyes seeming to hold a knowledge that predated words. She did not speak until she was 5 years old, and when she did, her first sentence was, "I remember the quiet before the first note." Her parents, who knew the old stories, felt a shiver of awe. They took her to the archive, and as she walked through the halls of recorded moments, she would sometimes stop and place her hand on a display and smile, as if greeting an old friend. She was not a reincarnation of Leo or the boy. She was something new, a manifestation of the world's accumulated memory. She did not lead or guide. She simply was. People would bring their newborns to sit with her for a moment, and she would look at the infants with her ancient eyes, and the babies would often coo and reach for her face, as if recognizing something fundamental. She was a living anchor, a reminder that the past was not gone, but was the very ground upon which the present stood. When she was an old woman, she walked slowly up the listening hill one last time. The cairn was a small mountain of memories, and the little wooden figure was still there, though now it was barely more than a smooth, stone-like shape. She sat and closed her eyes. The sun was warm on her skin. She listened to the wind and the birds and the distant sounds of the city. She heard the whole world breathing, just as the stories had always said. And then she heard something else, something that had always been there underneath everything. It was the sound of potential, the hum of a universe where other worlds, other songs were possible. Their world was not the only dream. It was one dream among countless others, each a bubble of light in a vast, dreaming darkness. She did not feel small. She felt connected. She took one last breath, and as she let it out, her individual consciousness gently dissolved, like a drop of water returning to the ocean. Her body remained on the hill, but she was gone, her essence rejoining the great song she had so perfectly embodied. Below, a new argument had begun in the city, this time about whether to build a new settlement in the high, icy reaches of the mountains. It was a passionate debate, full of fear and hope. The song was continuing. It was messy and unpredictable and beautiful. It was alive, and somewhere in the space between the notes, the love that had begun it all smiled, forever part of the endless, becoming noise. Story 2. The first thing I remember is the light in the hall. It was a nightlight, a cheap plastic thing shaped like a lamb, and its glow was supposed to be a soft, comforting yellow. But in the deep of a Blackwood night, that light didn't he comfort? It breathed. The house would settle on its foundations with a sigh, and the little lamb-s light would flicker, not like a flame, but like a slow, tired blink. The shadows in the hall, long and distorted, would stretch themselves thin during that momentary dimness, then snap back into their proper shapes when the light swelled again. I used to lie in my bed, Dallas, age 7, and watch this silent performance. I thought the house was dreaming, and the light and shadow were the images moving behind its closed eyelids. Blackwood, Mississippi, was a town built on such dreams. It lay in a hollow between thick, kudzu-choked hills, and the humidity was a physical presence, a warm, wet blanket that settled over everything each morning and was only reluctantly pulled back by the sun. The air tasted of pine sap and red clay, and the slow, muddy breath of the Pearl River, which curled around the town like a possessive arm. It was a place where things were buried, not just in the red earth of the cemetery, but in the silence between words, in the long looks exchanged over sweet tea on porch swings. My father was a mechanic, his hands permanently etched with lines of grease that no amount of lava soap could scour. He smelled of gasoline and honest sweat. My mother worked part-time at the library, a quiet woman whose smiles were like the sun breaking through on a cloudy day brief, but warming you to your core. They were good people, solid people, who believed in hard work and Methodist sermons, and not asking questions about things that were best left alone. Our house was small, painted a fading white, and the porch steps sagged in the middle from generations of feet. It was a good house. It was a loved house. But even loved houses have secrets in their walls. My world was the woods behind our property. To me, they were not just trees, they were a kingdom. I ruled there with my 2 knights, brothers named Jesse and Caleb Miller. Jesse was my age, all scraped knees and fierce loyalty. Caleb, 2 years older, was the strategist, the one who knew how to skip stones, so they bounced 5 times across the surface of the creek, and which branches of the old oak were strong enough to hold our weight. Our days were spent in that green cathedral, building forts from fallen limbs, tracking imaginary beasts, and waging epic wars against armies of pinecones. It was on one of these adventures, deep in a part of the woods we called the Whispering Tangle, because the leaves always seemed to be rustling secrets, that we found the first true wrong thing. We were following a deer path when Jesse stopped, pointing at the ground. There, pressed deep into the soft mud, was a footprint. But it was not a deer-s hoof, or a dog-s paw, or a man-s boot. It was long and narrow, with 5 distinct, bony toes that ended in points, and an arch that was too high, almost like a question mark. There was no heel. It looked as if something had stepped lightly, precisely, and then pushed off with the ball of its foot, leaving an impression that was both alien and deeply ancient. We didn't speak. We just looked at each other, our eyes wide. The day, which had been full of the buzzing of cicadas and the chirping of birds, suddenly felt silent and watchful. Caleb, ever practical, knelt down. He placed his own hand next to the print. His fingers were long for a boy, but they were stubby and human compared to the elegant, cruel-looking digits etched in the mud. "What in God's name made that?" he whispered, and the swear word coming from him carried more weight than a shout. That was the first omen. Others followed, subtle as a shift in the wind. I started noticing the way the shadows under the willow trees by the river didn't move quite right when the breeze blew. They seemed to cling to their shapes a moment too long, like a stubborn memory. Old Mr. Henderson, who ran the bait and tackle shop, would sometimes stop talking mid-sentence and stare out at the river, his eyes losing their focus, and he'd mutter about the folks in the deep clay before shaking his head and coming back to himself. My mother, putting up preserves in the kitchen, would sometimes hum a tune I didn't recognize, a low, mournful melody that sounded like water moving over stones. And when I'd ask her what it was, she'd just look puzzled and say she didn't know she was humming anything at all. The adults of Blackwood had a way of folding these irregularities into the fabric of normal life. A strange footprint was a deformed dog S, or a trick of the light. A forgotten melody was just something half remembered from childhood. They had built a wall of normalcy around themselves, brick by brick, and they were not about to let a few cracks worry them. But children see the cracks. We are closer to the ground. Summer I turned 12. The whispers in the town grew louder. A dog went missing, then two. Not strays, but good dogs, porch dogs. Then old Miss Abigail S. Prize Rooster, a vicious, beautiful creature named General Lee, vanished from its coop without a sound, without a single feather left behind. The air grew heavier, wetter. The river swelled, though there had been no rain, its water taking on a dark, tea-stained color, and a smell that was less of mud and more of something metallic, like cold iron. The climax began on a Friday, the sky a bruised purple with an approaching storm. Jessie, Caleb, and I were down by the river skipping stones, but our hearts were tea in it. The silence was oppressive. Even the insects were quiet. It was Jessie who saw it first. He nudged me and pointed upstream. Something was floating toward us. It was pale and long, turning slowly in the current. As it got closer, a cold knot tightened in my stomach. It was a doll, a handmade cornhusk doll, the kind the old women sometimes made at the church fair. But this one was different. Its face was not stitched in a smile, but in a wide, silent scream, and its dress was dark and slick with river water. And worst of all, it was missing an arm, torn clean off at the shoulder. We watched, frozen, as it drifted past. Just as it did, the thing rolled in the water, and its blank, stitched eyes seemed to lock directly onto mine. Then the current caught it and pulled it under, leaving nothing but a few bubbles on the surface. We ran. We ran without speaking, our breath tearing in our lungs, branches whipping at our faces. We didn't stop until we were on my porch, the safe, familiar sag of the steps beneath us. We told my father, our words tumbling over each other. He listened, his face grave. He put a heavy hand on my shoulder. "Now, Dallas," he said, his voice low and calm. "It was just a doll. some kid-esque toy that fell in the river. The water does strange things to things. He looked out toward the woods, his eyes narrowed. But you boys stay out of the woods for a while, you hear, till this weather passes. That night, the storm broke. It was a fury of wind and lightning, the kind that shakes the bones of a house. The light in the hall, my lamb, blinked frantically, panicked. In the flashes of lightning, the shadows on the wall didn't just move, they danced, they contorted. They became tall, thin shapes that were not my wardrobe, not my dresser. I pulled the covers over my head, but I could still see them on the backs of my eyelids. I could smell it then, cutting through the scent of rain and ozone that smell from the river. Cold iron, wet stone, and something else, something ancient and deeply wrong, like the air from a tomb that has been sealed for 1,000 years. The next morning, the town was washed clean and stunned. The power was out, trees were down, and Caleb Miller was gone. The search was a frantic, terrible thing. The whole town turned out. Men with grim faces carried shotguns and flashlights. Women brought food to the Miller house, their eyes red-rimmed. I followed my father, my heart a trapped bird beating against my ribs. We searched the woods, calling Caleb's name until our voices were hoarse. The woods, my kingdom, had become a foreign and menacing place. Every shadow was a threat, every rustle a taunt. It was near dusk on the second day, when hope was a thin, cold thread, that I found myself separated from the others, drawn to the whispering tangle. The mud was churned up from the rain, and there, beside the same deer path where we had found the first print years before, was another, and another, a trail of them leading deeper into the thickest part of the woods, toward the bluffs that overlooked the river. The prints were fresh. I didn't call out. I knew, with a certainty that chilled my blood, that this was not for the men with their shotguns. This was for me. I followed them, my feet silent on the wet leaves. The trees closed in around me, their branches like clutching fingers. The air grew still and cold, and the iron smell was so strong it coated my tongue. The trail led to a place I had never seen before, a sheer rock face hidden by a curtain of ivy. The prince led right up to it and vanished. I pushed the ivy aside. There was a crack in the rock, a narrow, dark opening just wide enough for a boy to squeeze through. From within came a sound, a faint, rhythmic dripping, and a low, soft hum, the same melody my mother sometimes hummed in the kitchen. This was the revelation. This was the secret the town had buried. It wasn't he a man. It wasn't he a monster from a storybook. It was the town itself. It was the thing that lived in the deep clay under the river, in the oldest shadows of the woods. It was a hunger as old as the hills, and it took things. It took dogs and roosters and dolls. And sometimes it took boys. I stood there at the mouth of that crack, trembling. I knew I should run, get my father, get the sheriff. But I also knew that if I did, whatever was left of Caleb would be gone forever. This was my kingdom, and a king has responsibilities. I took a deep breath of the foul, metallic air and squeezed into the dark. The inside was not a cave, but a tunnel sloping down. The walls were not rock, but a smooth, dark clay that felt unnaturally warm and pulsed with a faint, sickly light, as if embedded with dying embers. The humming was louder here, vibrating in my teeth. I moved forward, one hand on the wall, my fingers sinking slightly into the soft, living surface. The tunnel opened into a larger space, and I saw it. The chamber was vast, a cavern whose ceiling was lost in gloom, and it was full of things, not treasure, but the lost things of Blackwood. I saw the skeletons of dogs, picked clean. I saw General Lee S. faded feathers, scattered like forgotten confetti. I saw toys and tools and pocket watches, all half swallowed by the clay. And in the center of the chamber, partially embedded in the wall, was Caleb. He was not struggling. He was perfectly still, his eyes open but unseeing as the warm, pulsing clay slowly, gently crept over his legs, his torso, like a lover S embrace. The humming was emanating from the walls themselves, a lullaby of absorption, and I saw the source of the humming. A shape, a taller, thinner shadow within the shadows, detached itself from the wall. It was made of the same glowing clay, its form shifting, never quite solid, but I could see the long limbs, the too-high arch of its back, the head that was little more than a suggestion. It had no face, but I felt its attention focus on me. It was not malicious. It was possessive. It was simply taking what it considered its own. It was the soul of the place, the genius loci, and its love was a slow, geological consumption. It took a step toward me, its foot leaving that familiar, bony print in the soft floor of the cavern. It didn't move like a predator. It moved like a gardener approaching a rare flower. It reached out a long, fluid arm, a limb of shifting clay and faint light. I didn't scream. I looked at Caleb, at his blank, peaceful face, and I knew he was already gone, his mind absorbed into the humming chorus of the hill. And I did the only thing I could think of. I spoke. My voice was a small, dry thing in the vast, humming space. "He is not yours," I said. "Let him go." The thing paused. The humming faltered for a single beat. It was the first time, I think, anything had ever spoken back to it. It was used to silence, to forgetting. In that moment of its confusion, I acted. I didn't charge. I didn't fight. I reached into the pocket of my jeans and pulled out my lucky stone, a smooth, white quartz I had carried for years. And I threw it, not at the creature, but at the wall next to Caleb's head. The stone struck the pulsing clay with a wet thwack. The reaction was instantaneous. The entire cavern shuddered. The humming rose into a shriek of outrage, a sound of tearing earth and breaking stone. The creature recoiled, its form dissolving into the wall. The light in the clay flared violently, then began to dim. The grip on Caleb loosened. He slumped forward, free, coughing and choking, awake and terrified. I grabbed him and we ran, stumbling back through the tunnel, the cavern collapsing behind us, the sound of a mountain S wounded pride roaring in our ears. burst out into the clean, rain-washed air of the evening, just as a search party, led by my father, crashed through the brush. We were saved, but not really. You never really get saved from a thing like that. Caleb never spoke of what happened in the hill. He moved away to live with relatives in Texas the next year. He was never the same. He was quiet, hollowed out. Jesse and I drifted apart, bound by a secret too terrible to acknowledge. The official story was that Caleb had gotten lost and suffered a trauma, and I was a hero for finding him. My parents looked at me with a new, fearful pride. They knew I had touched something they had spent their lives ignoring, and a part of me was now lost to them, sealed up in that collapsing cavern. The town of Blackwood went on. The river returned to its normal color. The dogs stopped disappearing. The adults repaired the wall of normalcy, thicker than ever. But I knew that the thing in the hill was not dead. Wounded, perhaps. Angry, certainly. But it was still there, sleeping, dreaming its long dreams of possession. The shadows under the willow trees still hold their shape a moment too long. The humidity still carries, on certain still afternoons, the faint, metallic smell of cold iron. I am a man now. I live in the house I grew up in. My parents are gone, buried in the red clay of the cemetery. I sit on the porch and watch the woods. I am the keeper of the secret. The town thinks I am just a quiet, solitary man. They don't know that I am a king, guarding his borders. And on my mantelpiece, there is a single object. It is the plastic lamp nightlight, scorched and cracked from a house fire years ago. Its cord melted away. It doesn't glow anymore. It hasn't for a long time. It is just a shape, a relic. But sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the house settles and the shadows in the hall stretch themselves, I could swear I see a flicker within its soot-stained plastic, a single, tired blink, reminding me that the light is just a temporary guest, and the darkness beneath it is very, very old. The silence in the house is a different kind now. It has not the quiet of peace, but of waiting. I can feel the weight of the woods pressing in from beyond the property line, a patient, vegetative pressure. The town goes about its business, mowing lawns and arguing about the price of gas. But I see the cracks they refuse to. Mrs. Gable's cat, the one that always sat on her fence post, hasn't been seen for a week. The new pastor at the Methodist church mentioned a strange damp spot on the basement wall that one dry, and a smell like old pennies. I don't tell them. They wouldn't want to know. Some truths are like surgery. The patient has to be willing to survive the cutting. My own vigilance is a quiet thing. I walk the perimeter of my land every evening, not with a shotgun, but with a simple, sharp-eyed attention. I note where the kudzu has grown a little too thick, a little too quickly. I watch the river, checking if its water is running clear, or if that tea-stained darkness is creeping back. I have become a student of the mood of this place. The thing in the hill is not gone. It is licking its wounds. It is remembering the sting of a thrown stone, the sound of a voice saying no. Last Tuesday, a man from Jackson came to the door. He wore a suit that was too crisp for the humidity and carried a clipboard. He represented a development company, he said. They were interested in buying up tracts of land along the river, including the old Miller property and the woods behind my house. He talked about progress, about a planned community with clean sidewalks and streetlights that would push back the dark. He smiled a wide, white smile that didn't reach his eyes. I didn't invite him in. I stood on the porch, the sagging step firm beneath my feet, and looked past him to the tree line. I thought of the warm, pulsing clay, the chamber of lost things, the shifting, possessive shadow. This man saw unused land, an opportunity. He saw something passive. He had no idea that the land itself was awake, and that it had a taste for things. I told him the land wasn't for sale. He started to argue, talking about a fair price, about the future. I just shook my head. The future he imagined of streetlights and orderly houses was a fantasy. The real future here was much older and darker. It was the future of roots and slow growth, of things that sleep in the clay and dream of reclaiming what is theirs. After he left, frustrated and dismissive, I went inside. The house felt tense. I walked to the mantel and picked up the plastic lamp. Its surface was cool, but for a moment, just a moment, I felt a faint warmth from within, like a fever breaking. It wasn't a flicker of light this time, but a pulse of heat, a warning, or perhaps an acknowledgement. The developers will be back. They always are. They see a quiet town and think it is weak. They don't understand that the quiet is a lid on a pot that is always just shy of boiling. They will send their surveyors and their bulldozers, and they will try to cut into the hills, to pour their concrete foundations into the deep, ancient clay. And when they do, they will wake something up for good. They will learn that Blackwood does not give up its secrets easily. It absorbs them. I am the only one who knows. I am the watchman on the wall, so I wait. I tend my small kingdom. And I listen for the hum that means the dreaming is over. The first surveyor stake appeared a week later. A bright orange plastic ribbon tied to a metal rod, driven into the soft earth at the edge of the woods. It was a violation, a shout of color in a world of muted greens and browns. I pulled it out, the metal coming free with a wet, sucking sound. The ground where it had been wept a thin, reddish fluid that smelled unmistakably of metal. I buried the stake deep in my own trash can, a petty act of defiance, but a necessary one. The town was divided. Some saw the money, the promise of new families, a revitalized main street. They were tired of the slow decay, the way the young people left and never came back. They called me and others like me stubborn, afraid of change. The other faction, smaller and quieter, just had a bad feeling. They couldn't articulate it, but their eyes would drift toward the woods with a deep, ancestral unease. They were the ones who still hummed the odd melodies, who still sometimes forgot what they were saying mid-sentence. I started taking longer walks, going deeper into the woods than I had in years. The path to the bluffs was overgrown, but still there. The ivy covering the crack had grown back thicker and more vibrant than before, its leaves a waxy, unnatural green. I didn't go inside. I didn't need to. I could feel it breathing. A low, almost imperceptible vibration came up through the soles of my boots. The hum was no longer a lullaby. It was a watchful, waiting sound. One afternoon, I found Jesse sitting on the tailgate of his old truck at the edge of my property. We hadn't spoken in months. He looked older, his face lined with worries I knew nothing about. He nodded toward the woods. "They ray coming, guarantee they. They ray coming," I confirmed. He was silent for a long time, chewing on a piece of grass. "Caleb called me last week," he said finally, his voice low, "from Texas. He said he's been having the dream again. The one about the warm dirt. A coldness that had nothing to do with the breeze settled in my chest." "What did you tell him?" I told him it was just a dream. Jesse looked at me, and for a moment I saw the boy he had been, his eyes wide with terror on my porch. "But it's not, is it, Dallas? It's waking up. There was no point in lying. It's always been awake. It's just paying more attention now." He slid off the tailgate, dusting his hands on his jeans. "If there's trouble, you know where to find me." It wasn't an offer of friendship. It was a pact, reforged in the memory of shared fear. He drove away, leaving me alone with the watching trees. The next day, the bulldozers arrived. Not the big machines yet, just a small one, brought in to clear a preliminary access road. The sound of its engine was a grotesque roar in the sacred quiet of the woods. I stood on my porch and watched as it bit into the earth, tearing up ferns and saplings. The operator, a young man with headphones on, worked with a bored efficiency. He stopped around midday. I saw him climb down from the cab, looking puzzled. He kicked at the blade of the dozer, then got back in. The engine revved, but the machine didn't move. It was stuck, not in mud, but in something else. From my distance, I could see it. The dark, rich soil around the treads seemed to be thickening, clinging to the metal like tar. The more the engine roared, the deeper it seemed to sink. The operator radioed for help. Another truck arrived. Men got out, scratching their heads. They brought out tow chains. I went inside. I didn't need to watch. I already knew what would happen. The ground in Blackwood has a memory. It holds onto things. Later, I heard the story at the grocery store. The tow truck had gotten stuck, too. The ground had just turned soft, impossibly soft, like quicksand. They'd finally gotten both vehicles out, but the bulldozer S engine had seized solid, its cooling fins clogged with a clay that was hard as rock once it dried. The foreman was calling it a freak occurrence, a hidden spring, or a pocket of unstable soil. But that night, the smell returned. It drifted on the air, not just the smell of cold iron, but of something else, something green and deeply angry, like crushed roots and rotting leaves. I went to the mantel and looked at the lamb. In the darkness of the room, a pinprick of light glowed deep within its plastic body. It wasn't the warm, comforting glow of my childhood. It was a cold, greenish point, like a malevolent star seen from a great distance. It was awake, and it was no longer just watching. It was judging. The first move had been made. The game had begun. The phone rang just after midnight. It was old Mr. Henderson, his voice thin and reedy with panic. His prize coonhound, Blue, was gone. Not run off, he insisted. The chain was still there, bolted to the doghouse, but the clip had been dissolved. It looked like rust, he said, but it happened overnight. And there was a print by the water bowl. That same bony, twisted print. I dressed in the dark, my hands steady. I didn't take a flashlight. My eyes had adjusted to the dark of this town long ago. I walked to Henderson S. Place on the outskirts, the silence of the night broken only by the hum of the power lines. He was waiting on his porch, a shotgun across his knees, but the weapon looked foolish, a toy against the ancient dread that had visited him. I examined the chain. It wasn't rust. It was a corrosion, a pitting that went deep into the metal, and it gave off that same metallic, coppery smell. The print was fresh, already starting to soften at the edges, as if the earth itself was eager to erase it. It pointed away from the house, toward the river. "Don't follow," I told Henderson, my voice leaving no room for argument. "Go inside. Lock your door." He didn't argue. He just looked at me with the grateful, terrified eyes of a man who has finally accepted that the world is not as he was told. I followed the trail. It was easy. The thing wasn't hiding anymore. The prints led not toward the deep woods, but along the riverbank, toward the site where the bulldozer had gotten stuck. The air grew thick and heavy, the humming so low it was more a vibration in my bones than a sound in my ears. I saw Blue before I reached the clearing. The dog was standing rigid, facing the trees, its hackles raised, but no sound coming from its throat. It was frozen, caught in a spell of pure terror. Beyond him, the clearing was changing. The torn-up earth where the bulldozer had chewed at the land was gone, smoothed over as if by a giant, patient hand. But in the center of the smoothed area, a new shape was rising from the soil. It was a mound, about the height of a man, made of that same dark, pulsating clay I had seen in the cavern. It was formless, a mere suggestion, but as I watched, it slowly, deliberately, began to reshape itself. A long, thin arm extruded from its side, then melted back into the hole. A suggestion of a head swiveled, though it had no face, and I felt its attention settle on the paralyzed dog. It was growing. It was using the disturbance, the anger, the fear, as fuel. It wasn't just in the hill anymore. It was seeding itself elsewhere, pushing tendrils of its consciousness into the wounded places. I didn't have a lucky stone this time. I had only my voice. I stepped out of the tree line, putting myself between the thing and the dog. "No," I said. The word was flat and final in the humming air. The shaping of the mound stopped. The low vibration ceased. The silence that fell was absolute, more terrifying than the noise. It was the silence of a predator focusing entirely on its prey. I felt a pressure in my skull, presence trying to push its way in, to show me images of warm, dark embrace, of the peace of being part of the whole, of no more fear, no more loneliness. It was offering an end to the watch. For a moment, it was tempting. The weight of being the only one who knew was crushing. But then I thought of the developer's smile, of the bright orange stakes, of the roar of the bulldozer. That was a different kind of consumption, just as relentless. This thing, for all its terror, was at least of this place. It was a part of the land I was sworn to protect. I took a step forward, my boots sinking into the unnaturally soft earth. He is not yours. This place is not yours to take. Go back. The mound quivered. The clay rippled, and for a split second, it formed a perfect, horrifying replica of my own face. A mask of earth that stared back at me with empty sockets before dissolving into a shapeless mass again. It was a mockery, a reminder that I, too, was made of clay, and to clay I would return. Then, with a soft, sighing sound, the mound collapsed. It melted back into the ground, leaving only a damp, dark patch on the soil. The pressure in my head vanished. Behind me, the coonhound Blue let out a sharp yelp, shook himself violently, and then bolted for home, his tail between his legs. I stood alone in the clearing. The normal night sounds, the crickets and the frogs, slowly returned. But I knew it was a retreat, not a surrender. It had tested my resolve. It had learned that I would not be swayed by promises of peace. The next time it would not ask. The developers were a blunt instrument, but this thing was a scalpel. It would find the cracks in my defenses. It would look for a weaker point. It would look for Jesse. Or it would find a way to make me come to it, of my own free will. The king must walk his borders, but the forest is always watching, waiting for him to stumble. The next morning, the damp patch was gone, baked away by a sun that felt too cheerful for what had transpired. The official story was that Blue had chewed through his own collar. A tale Henderson didn't he correct. He just brought me a basket of eggs from his hens, his eyes saying everything his mouth would not. The town, sensing a shift in the air it couldn't name, grew quieter. The pro-development crowd lost some of their bluster. The bad feeling had a name now, whispered in the checkout line at the grocery store. They called it a run of bad luck. I knew it was a declaration of war. Jesse showed up at my door that evening. He didn't have to say anything. The look on his face was the same one he'd worn after we pulled Caleb from the hill. It's starting again. Isn't he it? It never stopped, I said, handing him a cup of coffee. We sat on the porch, the silence between us heavy with memory. I saw something last night, he said, his voice low. Out by the old mill. The water, it was flowing uphill for a minute. Just a trickle, but I saw it. He shook his head. The rules are changing, Dallas. I knew what he meant. The thing was flexing its power, testing the limits of its domain, warping the reality of the place out of sheer spite. It was showing us that the physics we relied on were a suggestion, not a law, in Blackwood. A few days later, the man from the development company returned. This time, he wasn't alone. He had a woman with him, a geologist with sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. They wanted permission to take soil samples from my land, citing the strange incident with the bulldozer. They thought there might be a mineral deposit, something acidic causing the instability. They were so close to the truth, yet impossibly far. I refused. The man's smile tightened. The geologist looked at me with open curiosity, then at the woods behind my house. "The flora here is remarkable," she said. "Some of these growth patterns are atypical." She was seeing it, the unnatural vitality, the way the vines seemed to coil with purpose. After they left, I felt a new kind of unease. They were persistent, and the geologist, she was observant. She was a crack in my defense, a person who might actually believe the evidence of her own eyes. The thing in the hill would sense that. It would see her as a tool. That night, the dream found me. I was back in the cavern, but the walls were not of earth. They were the walls of my own house. The plastic lamp on the mantel was the only source of light, its glow a sickly green. The thing was there, not as a mound of clay, but as a shadow that pooled in the corners of the room, seeping under the doorframes. It didn't speak in words, but in sensations. It showed me the geologist, not as a threat, but as a solution. It showed me telling her everything, showing her the crack in the hill, letting her in. It showed her fascination turning to understanding, and then to a shared purpose. We could be the gatekeepers, it whispered in the language of dreams. We could control the knowledge. We could rule. I woke up sweating, the taste of cold iron in my mouth. It wasn't tea trying to scare me anymore. It was trying to recruit me. It was offering a partnership, a sharing of the burden. The temptation was more insidious than any threat. To not be alone in this watch, it was a powerful lure. I got up and went to the window. The woods were still, too still. Down by the river, a light was moving. A single flashlight beam bobbing along the bank. It was the geologist. She had come back alone, driven by a professional curiosity that had curdled into an obsession. She was walking toward the bluffs. I pulled on my boots and ran out into the night. I had to stop her. But as I ran, a cold certainty settled in my gut. I wouldn't get there in time, and even if I did, what would I say? She would never believe me. The thing had chosen its moment perfectly. It had found a mind that sought answers, and it was about to provide her with ones she could never unsee. The king had stumbled. The forest was claiming its first new subject. I crashed through the undergrowth, my breath ragged, branches whipping at my face. The hum was a physical force now, a thrumming in the air that vibrated in my teeth. I could see her light ahead, a stark white circle against the deep black of the ivy-covered bluff. She was standing right in front of the crack, her hand outstretched, about to push the vines aside. "Don't," I shouted, my voice cracking with a desperation I hadn't felt since I was a boy. She spun around, the flashlight beam blinding me. "Mr. Walker, what are you doing out here?" Her voice was a mix of alarm and defiance. "I told you, I'm just taking a few samples. The mineral composition here is unlike anything I've ever—" "It's not minerals," I interrupted, stepping closer, my hands held up to show I meant no harm. The air around us was thick, sweet, with the smell of decaying leaves, and that underlying note of cold iron. "You need to leave. Now. This isn't a place for study." She lowered the flashlight slightly, and I could see her face. She was frightened, but a fierce, intellectual curiosity burned brighter in her eyes. "What is it then? Tell me. Because the ground readings are impossible. The electromagnetic activity is off the charts. This is a significant geological anomaly." I opened my mouth, but no words came. How could I explain? The thing in the hill knew it. It felt my hesitation. The ivy behind her began to stir, not from the wind, but from within. A tendril uncurled, slow and sinuous, brushing against the sleeve of her jacket. She jumped, shining the light on the vine. "What the—" Before she could finish, the ground beneath her feet softened. It wasn't a collapse, but a subtle yielding, like stepping onto a mattress. Her boots sank an inch into the soil. She cried out, more in surprise than fear, and tried to pull her foot free. It stuck fast. "Don't struggle," I commanded, moving toward her. But it was too late. The more she pulled, the deeper she sank. The earth was holding her, gently but firmly. The humming intensified, becoming a melody now, the same one the old women hummed, but played on an instrument of stone and root. It was a lullaby of absorption. Her fear finally broke through her scientific wonder. "What is this? Help me." I reached for her hand, but a wall of ivy shot up between us, thick and impenetrable as a hedge. I could hear her panicked breaths on the other side. "It's listening to you," I said, my voice low and urgent. "You have to be calm. Your fear feeds it." "Feeds what?" she sobbed. "The hill," I said. "The thing in the hill. It's old and it's awake." A strange quiet fell over her. The sinking stopped. She was in up to her knees, but she was held fast, a specimen pinned for examination. The ivy wall parted slightly, and I saw her face again. The terror was still there, but it was being replaced by something else. Ah, the humming was inside her head now. I could see it in her wide, unblinking eyes. It was showing her, not nightmares, but wonders. The slow turning of continents, the patient growth of mountains, the deep, silent history written in the clay. I see," she whispered, her voice distant. "It's so old." That was the hook. The thing wasn't threatening her. It was fascinating her. It was offering her a truth deeper than any science she had ever known. It was making her a part of its long, slow story. "Fight it," I yelled, but my voice seemed small and meaningless against the ancient song. She turned her head toward me, and her eyes were no longer entirely her own. There was a greenish light flickering in their depths, a reflection of the lamb's glow. "It's not evil," she said, her voice a monotone. "It just is, and it wants to be understood." The ground began to release her. The clay slid away from her legs, leaving no stain, no mud. She stood on solid ground, unharmed. She looked at the crack in the bluff, then back at me. There was no recognition in her gaze, only a cool, detached assessment. "It says you're tired," she said. "It says the watch can be shared." She turned and walked away, not back toward town, but deeper into the woods, following a path that hadn't been there a moment before. The ivy closed behind her, sealing the crack once more. The humming faded back to its usual watchful pitch. I was left alone in the clearing. I had failed. I hadn't protected her. But she wasn't taken. She was converted. The thing had found a new voice, a rational, intelligent voice to speak for it. The battle was no longer just about stakes and bulldozers. It was about perception. It was about truth. And it had just gained a powerful ally. The quiet of Blackwood was now a lie we were all complicit in, and the pot was beginning to boil. I walked back to my house as the sun was rising, my body heavy with a defeat that was more profound than any physical tiredness. The geologist, Dr. Eris, was now a part of this. She would be a believer, a missionary for the thing in the hill. Her credentials and her cool logic would make the warnings of a lonely old man seem like superstition. Jesse was waiting on my porch again, his face grim. He'd seen her car parked haphazardly near the river road. He didn't ask what happened. He just looked at my face and said, "It got to her, didn't it?" I nodded, sinking into the worn wooden chair beside him. It didn't take her by force. It showed her something, and she chose it. "What do we do now?" "We wait," I said, the words tasting like ash. It made its move. It showing us it can play a longer game than we can. It not just about scaring people away anymore. It about convincing them to stay for the wrong reasons. 2 days passed with an unnatural calm. The development company man, a Mr. Corbin, came by again, agitated. Dr. Eris had missed her meetings. She wasn't answering her phone. He was annoyed, concerned only with the delay to his project. I told him I hadn't seen her. It wasn't entirely a lie. I hadn't seen the woman she used to be. On the 3rd day, she reappeared. She walked into the town diner at the height of the lunch rush, her clothes clean but her hair wild, with bits of leaf and twig caught in it. Her eyes held that same distant, knowing light. She ordered a coffee and sat calmly as the whole room fell silent, staring at her. I was there, sitting at the counter. She caught my eye and gave a small, cold smile. Then she stood up and addressed the room. Her voice was clear and reasonable, the voice of an expert. "The initial soil analysis is complete," she announced, as if giving a professional briefing. "The instability near the river is due to a unique, reactive clay. It's perfectly safe, but it requires a specific approach. The development plans will need to be adjusted. A lighter touch." She paused, letting her words sink in. "The land there has a personality. It needs to be respected. If we work with it, instead of against it, we can build something truly special. A few of the pro-development folks nodded, intrigued by her scientific confidence. They saw a solution, not a threat. They didn't hear the subtext in her words, the echo of the hill S will. Work with it. Respect it. She was laying the groundwork for its terms. She walked over to me and leaned close, her breath smelling of damp earth and ozone. "It doesn't want to drive them out, Dallas," she whispered, so only I could hear. "It wants them to belong to it. Every house they build will be a new route for it. Every person who moves in will be another leaf on its tree. It has learning to cultivate." Then she was gone, leaving her coffee untouched. The diner erupted in chatter. The mood had shifted. The bad luck was being reframed as a technical challenge, one that a brilliant scientist was on the verge of solving. Hope, a far more dangerous weapon than fear, was taking root. That night, the plastic lamp on my mantel glowed so brightly it cast green shadows around the room. It wasn't a warning. It was a celebration. The king was still on his border, but his kingdom was changing around him. The forest wasn't just waiting for him to stumble anymore. It was building a path right up to his door and inviting everyone to walk down it. The next week, a survey crew arrived with new equipment, smaller machines that Dr. Eris supervised with a quiet intensity. They didn't start by the river. Instead, they began marking out plots on the higher ground, near the edge of my property line. I watched from the tree line as she would occasionally stop, kneel, and press her palm flat against the soil, as if listening. The crew gave her a wide berth, attributing her eccentricities to genius. Jesse found me watching. "They're not cutting there, planting. Look." He pointed to a flatbed truck loaded not with lumber, but with young trees. Saplings of oak and pine, their root balls wrapped in burlap. "It's a green development," I said, the term feeling foul in my mouth. "A sustainable community. That's the new slogan. She's convincing them to build a neighborhood the hill will approve of." "It's a trap," Jesse muttered. "They're building it a larder." That was the truth of it. The thing was no longer just defending its territory. It was planning for expansion. It wanted a community nestled right up against it, a steady source of the emotions it fed on. The fear of mortgages, the anger of arguments, the joy of children playing it would all be sustenance. The people would think they were living in harmony with nature, never knowing they were living inside a digestive system. I tried to talk to Corbin, the developer. I told him Dr. Eris was compromised, that she wasn't herself. He laughed, a tight, nervous sound. "Mr. Walker, she's the only thing making this project viable. Her insights are saving us millions. Unless you have a better explanation for the peculiarities of this land, I suggest you let progress take its course." I had no explanation he would accept. The evidence of my eyes was useless. The only thing left was the one thing I had avoided for decades: a direct confrontation, not with the developers, but with the source. That night, I didn't wait for a dream or a sign. I took the plastic lamp from the mantel. Its glow was steady, a cold green beacon. I walked out of my house and into the woods, following the path only I could see, the path that led to the heart of the hill. The trees seemed to lean away from me, the branches creating a tunnel that led downward. The air grew cold and still. I was not being invited. I was intruding. I reached the clearing before the ivy-choked bluff. The crack was visible tonight, a dark seam pulsing with a faint, rhythmic light. I could feel its awareness on me, a vast, patient attention. It was surprised I had come. I held up the lamp. "I know what you're doing," I said, my voice echoing strangely in the small space. The ivy rustled. This time, it didn't form a face. It formed words, letters woven from leaves and shadow on the dark face of the rock. They come. They always come. We can guide THEM, or we can break them. The choice was yours. The choice to be alone. The choice to bear the watch by myself. It was throwing my own life back at me. "There's a third choice," I said, though I didn't know what it was. "Leave them be." A wave of amusement, cold and ancient, washed over me. Too late. The seed is sown. The letters dissolved and reformed. The woman understands. She sees the beauty of the whole. You only see the PARTS. You see a kingdom. I see an organism. The ground at my feet trembled. A shape began to rise from the soil, not a mound of clay, but a perfect, miniature replica of the planned development. Tiny houses of earth, little clay people frozen in place. Then, roots made of dark water erupted from the ground, wrapping around the tiny houses, absorbing the clay people, pulling them down into the soil until the land was smooth again, but richer, darker, more alive. It was showing me the future it intended. Not destruction, but assimilation. The glow from the lamp flared, bright enough to hurt my eyes. For a moment, the ivy recoiled, and the pulsing light from the crack dimmed. The thing hissed, a sound like steam escaping a fissure in the earth. The lamp was a piece of the outside world, a token of a reality it could not yet fully consume. It was the one thing I had that it truly disliked. I took a step forward toward the crack. This stops now. The air solidified around me. I couldn't move. The pressure in my head returned, not as a temptation, but as a pure physical force, intent on crushing my will. It showed me Jessie, lost in the woods, calling my name. It showed me the town, empty and silent, with green light glowing from every window. It showed me Dr. Eris, standing where I stood, her hand outstretched to the crack, ready to welcome it fully into the world. It was no longer offering a partnership. It was showing me my replacement. I focused on the lamp in my hand, on the memory of the day my grandfather gave it to me. A silly, cheap toy, a token of a world of logic and light. I poured every ounce of my will into it, into the simple, stubborn fact of its existence. The green light blazed, and for a single, shattering second, the pressure broke. I stumbled forward, my arm free, and I did the only thing I could think to do. I threw the lamb. It wasn't a weapon. It was a statement. It sailed end over end, a streak of artificial green against the natural dark, and vanished into the crack in the bluff. The reaction was instantaneous. The hill screamed. It wasn't a sound, but a silent vibration that shook the bones of the world. The ground buckled. The ivy withered and turned to dust. The pulsing light from the crack went out, plunging the clearing into an absolute blackness deeper than any night. I was thrown backward onto the ground. The presence was gone, not retreated, banished for now. I lay there gasping, the silence ringing in my ears. It was the true silence of an empty forest. I had heard it. I had shoved a piece of my world into its heart, and it had recoiled. But as I pushed myself to my feet, I saw that the crack was still there, and from its depths, a tiny, unwavering point of green light shone back at me. The lamb was in there, and it was still burning. I hadn't won a war. I had just thrown a rock into the hive, and I knew with a cold certainty that the hive would now throw something back. The walk home was a blur of exhaustion and dread. The victory felt hollow and temporary, like slapping a bandage on a wound that went down to the bone. I had acted on instinct, a desperate gamble, and it had worked. But the cost was my only token, my grandfather's charm against the dark. Now it was inside the hill, a beacon in the belly of the beast. I found Jesse on my porch, his face pale in the pre-dawn light. The whole town felt that, he said, his voice hushed. Windows rattled. Dogs are still howling. What did you do, Dallas? I gave it a taste of its own medicine, I said, sinking onto the steps. My hands were trembling. I threw the lamb into the crack. Jesse's eyes widened. You went to the bluff, and you're still you. For now, I looked toward the east, where the sky was beginning to lighten. It's quiet, too quiet, it's thinking. The next few days were a study in eerie normalcy. The survey work stopped. Dr. Eris was seen walking the river road, but she seemed dazed, disconnected, like a radio receiver that had lost its signal. She avoided the diner and spoke to no one. The developer, Corbin, was frantic, unable to get a straight answer from her. The hopeful mood she had cultivated began to sour back into uncertainty. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt like I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. The hill was wounded, and a wounded animal is far more dangerous than a hunting one. It was learning about us, about our world, through the object I had thrown into its core. A cheap piece of plastic, a symbol of everything it was not. The response came not from the woods, but from the town. It started with small things. Mayor Henley S. Prize roses, which had won the county fair 3 years running, were found completely encased in a strange, clear resin that smelled faintly of ozone. Old Man Hemlock S. truck, parked outside the diner, had its engine block filled with what looked like solid black honey. It was mischief, but it was impossible, unnatural mischief. It was the hill testing its reach, using the knowledge it was gaining from the lamb. Then the children started bringing them home. They appeared in sandboxes, on swing sets, left under trees as if by fairies. Small, crudely formed figures molded from dark, rich clay. They were not lambs. They were shapeless, lumpy things, but each one had two deliberate, carefully placed dots for eyes, and each one glowed with a faint, sickly green light. They were copies, imperfect, but functional. The hill was sending its own tokens back into the world. I was fixing a fence post when I saw a little girl from down the lane, Lily, playing in her backyard. She was holding one of the clay figures, talking to it in a low, sing-song voice. As I watched, the figuresque glow seemed to pulse in time with her words. She wasn't afraid. She was enchanted. That was the true horror. The hill wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. It was trying to make friends. It was speaking a language the youngest and most vulnerable among us would understand. It was planting its seeds in the most fertile soil imaginable. It wasn't building a larder of fear. It was cultivating a garden of devotion. And I had given it the first tool to do so. The king was not just on his border anymore. He was sending out his invitations, and the children of Blackwood were starting to RSVP. I walked over to the fence, my knees feeling stiff and old. Lily looked up, her eyes bright and untroubled. She held up the lump of clay. "Look, Mr. Walker, my mudman, he tells me stories." "What kind of stories, Lily?" I asked, keeping my voice gentle. "About the old, old trees, and the river that used to be here. He says if I'm quiet, I can hear the mountain breathing." She cradled the thing in her hands like a precious doll. The green dots of its eyes seemed to watch me. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This was worse than nightmares. This was a seduction. It was giving them a fantasy, a secret world to belong to, making them feel special. How do you fight a thing that offers wonder instead of terror? You can't tell a child you're protecting them from magic. "Your mom's calling you for lunch, Lily," I said, inventing the excuse. She nodded absently, already turning her attention back to the clay figure, whispering to it as she skipped toward her house. I went back to my own empty kitchen. The silence there was different now. It wasn't just my loneliness. It was the silence of a battlefield during a temporary ceasefire. The hill was playing a new game, and I had no countermove. I couldn't go around confiscating toys from children. I'd be seen as a crazy old man, which is exactly what the hill wanted. That evening, Jesse came by, his face grim. He tossed a small clay figure onto my kitchen table. It was identical to the one Lily had. Billy Conroy's kid had one. He said a shiny man gave it to him by the creek. A shiny man. That's what the boy said. A man made of wet leaves and light. Jesse ran a hand through his hair. "It's making friends, Dallas. It's building an army of kids who think it's their best secret." I picked up the clay figure. It was cool and surprisingly heavy for its size. The green glow in its eyes was faint but persistent. I could feel a faint vibration coming from it, a tiny echo of the hill's hum. It was a listening device, a little piece of its consciousness placed right in our homes. I heard it, I said, more to myself than to Jessie. I made it angry, but I also showed it a new way. It learned from the lamb. It learned about imitation, about gifts. So what do? We can't just sit here while it recruits the whole town, starting with the playground. I looked at the figure on the table. An idea, desperate and dangerous, began to form. We don't fight the children. We fight the gift. We give them a better one. Jessie stared at me. What does that mean? It means we need a new token. Something brighter. Something louder. I thought of my grandfather's stories, not just about the hill, but about the world before it, about simple, strong things. The 4th of July is next week. The fireworks. Jessie's eyes widened in understanding. You want to fight magic with a spectacle. I want to remind them of our magic, I said. The loud, bright, messy magic of being together, of being human. The hill offers quiet secrets. We offer a celebration that shakes the sky. It was a long shot. It was maybe a foolish shot, but it was the only one I had. The hill was using the children's sense of wonder against them. It was time we used it for ourselves. The king was sending his invitations. It was time for the town to throw a party of its own. The next morning, I went to see Mayor Henley. He was in his office, still shaken by the fate of his roses, which stood on his desk like a bug trapped in amber. Didn't he mention the hill or the clay figures? I talked about community spirit. I talked about lifting the strange fog that had settled over Blackwood. I talked about the biggest, loudest 4th of July celebration the town had ever seen. A spectacle, Dallas, he said, rubbing his temples. With everything that's been happening, especially because of it, I insisted. We need to show everyone that Blackwood is still our town. We need to make some noise of our own. He was reluctant, but he was also scared and looking for any semblance of control. By the afternoon, the permits were signed. The word spread faster than I expected. The idea of a party, a distraction, was a spark in dry tinder. People latched onto it with a desperate enthusiasm. The planning committee, which had been dormant for years, was suddenly overflowing with volunteers. I watched it happen from the edges. While they discussed barbecue pits and bandstands, Jessie and I worked on the real plan. We met in my shed behind a locked door. We weren't just building a fireworks display. We were building a weapon. My grandfather had been a miner before he bought the land. He left behind old notebooks, not about the hill, but about geology and chemistry, about how sound and vibration travel through Earth. We weren't just going to light up the sky. We were going to try and resonate the very ground, to disrupt the hill's frequency with a shockwave of our own making. We gathered every large firework we could find, the kind that thump you in the chest. We planned the launch site not in the town square, but on the vacant lot that bordered the woods, the point closest to the bluff. On the night of the 3rd, I saw Dr. Eris. She was standing at the edge of the trees, watching us set up the launch tubes. She looked thin and faded, like a photograph left in the sun. The connection had been severed when I threw the lamb into the crack, and she was a ghost of the woman she had been. But as the first test rocket was fired into the twilight, a simple whistle, followed by a burst of red, I saw her flinch. And for a second, her eyes cleared. She looked directly at me, and in them I saw not the Hill S knowing light, but pure, unadulterated terror. Then she turned and vanished back into the woods. The hill had felt it too. It knew what was coming. The 4th dawned hot and still. The air felt thick, charged. By evening, the whole town was gathered on the main street. There was music and laughter, but it was brittle, stretched thin over a layer of nervous tension. People kept glancing toward the woods. The children were there, many of them clutching their clay figures. The green dots of eyes glowed in the gathering dusk. As full darkness fell, I nodded to Jesse. He was at the controls. The first volley was a distraction. A beautiful, standard display of weeping willows and glittering palms. The crowd oohed and awed, their faces tilted to the sky. But I was watching the tree line. Then Jesse launched the big one. It wasn't a colorful flower. It was a single, massive shell that shot into the air with a deep-throated roar. It exploded not with color, but with a blinding white light and a sound like the world cracking in half. The concussion hit the ground like a physical blow. The earth shuddered. Windows rattled in their frames. For a moment, there was silence. Then, from the woods, came an answering sound. A low, grinding moan that seemed to rise from the soil itself. It was a sound of pain and rage. All around the park, the green lights in the children's clay figures flickered and died. The toys became inert lumps of mud. A little girl dropped hers, crying that her mud man had gone to sleep. The hill had been struck a direct blow. It had been forced to retreat, to pull its consciousness back to its core to protect itself. We had bought ourselves time, but as the crowd, unnerved but cheering, began to disperse, I looked at the dark wall of the forest. I knew this wasn't over. We had shouted our presence into its heart, and now it knew exactly where we were. The party was over. The war had just begun. The silence that followed was heavier than the noise of the fireworks. The air, thick with the smell of sulfur and burnt powder, felt charged with a new kind of dread. The crowd's cheerful chatter had died away, replaced by hushed, confused murmurs. Parents were picking up crying children, not from fear of the explosions, but from the sudden, inexplicable failure of their new toys. The inert clay figures lay discarded on the grass, like dead insects. Jesse came to stand beside me, his face smudged with soot. "It worked," he said, but it sounded like a question. It reacted. I corrected him, my eyes fixed on the woods. "That's all we know." Mayor Henley approached, wringing his hands. "Dallas, what in God's name was that last one? You nearly gave half the town a heart attack. And what was that sound from the woods?" "A coincidence," I said, the lie tasting like ash. "An old tree falling, most likely." "The ground shake from the mortar," must have loosened its roots. He wanted to believe it, and my explanation was just plausible enough for him to cling to. He nodded, though his eyes were still wide with a fear he couldn't name, and hurried off to manage the uneasy crowd. As people drifted away, the cleanup began, but Jesse and I stayed behind, watching the dark tree line. The victory felt fragile, a soap bubble that could pop at any moment. We had silenced the toys, but we had not silenced the hill. We had announced our defiance. It was past midnight when I finally walked back to my lonely house. The night was profoundly still, the way it gets after a great noise. But this stillness was different. It was the stillness of a held breath. I stopped on my porch, my hand on the doorknob, and looked back toward the bluff. There were no green lights, no sense of a watching presence. It was gone, but not in the way it had been before. This was a strategic retreat, a gathering of strength. I slept fitfully, chased by dreams of roots pushing up through the floorboards, not to grab me, but to gently, insistently, rearrange the furniture. I woke with the dawn, stiff and weary. The first thing I saw was a single, perfect black flower growing from a crack in my porch floor. It was made of what looked like polished obsidian or hardened tar. It was beautiful and utterly alien. I reached out to touch it, but it crumbled to dust at the slightest pressure, leaving only a dark stain on the wood. It was a message. I had thrown a piece of my world into its heart. It had just left a piece of its world on my doorstep. The exchange had begun. This was no longer just a border dispute. It was a conversation, and I had no idea what to say next. The hill was learning, adapting, speaking back in a language I was only beginning to understand. The next move was mine, and I was fresh out of ideas. The black dust stained my fingertips. I stared at the spot where the flower had been, a cold understanding settling deep in my bones. This wasn't a threat in the way I understood threats. It was an offering, a sample. The hill was saying, "See what I can make. See what I am." I spent the day in a state of heightened alert, watching the world for more messages. They were subtle. A patch of ivy on the old schoolhouse wall had twisted itself into a perfect, intricate spiral. The water from my tap, usually clear, ran for a moment with a silvery, shimmering sediment before clearing again. The hill was testing its influence on the materials of our world, learning the rules of our reality like a child learning a new game. Jesse found me at the diner, pushing a limp salad around my plate. "The Conroy kid," he said, sliding into the booth opposite me. "He's sick. Not a normal sick. He's quiet. His mom says he just sits by the window and draws the same picture over and over. What's the picture? Trees, but they're wrong. The branches are all twisted into knots, and the leaves are little circles with dots in the center, like eyes." Jesse lowered his voice. He told his mom the shiny man is sad because we broke the music. I put my fork down. The fireworks had been a blunt instrument. We had silenced the immediate danger, but we had also offended the entity. We had rejected its gifts, and now it was expressing a deeper, more complex emotion than simple rage. It was expressing sorrow. That was far more dangerous. That afternoon, I went to the library. If the hill was trying to communicate, I needed to learn its language. I bypassed the sections on local folklore I knew by heart and went to the old geology surveys and botanical guides. I was looking for a pattern, a common thread. I spread out maps of the area from a century ago, comparing them to the land I knew. The river, it was different. On the older maps, the creek that now bordered the woods was shown as a much wider, more significant waterway called the Stone Whisper River. It curved right up against the base of the bluff before changing course after a major landslide in the 1890s. The landslide, the event that had, according to my grandfather's stories, first quieted the hill. The river had been its neighbor, its boundary, maybe more than that. Water shapes stone. Sound travels through water. What if the river had been a part of the hill's environment, a medium for its consciousness? By changing the river's course, we had altered its world. We had dammed it up, silenced its natural companion. We hadn't just built houses on its land, we had cut it off from something essential. The idea felt right. It felt like a piece of the puzzle clicking into place. The hill wasn't just a malevolent force occupying a place. It was a part of the place, and we had thrown its ecosystem out of balance. I left the library as the sun was setting, my mind racing. I didn't go home. I walked to the old river road, to the place where the maps showed the water once flowed strong against the bluff. It was just a dry, rocky gully now, overgrown with weeds. I stood there, feeling foolish. What was I going to do? Talk to it, apologize. I picked up a stone, a smooth, water-washed piece of granite from the old riverbed. It felt inert, dead. But as I held it, a memory surfaced. My grandfather, sitting on this very porch, telling me that every place has a song. The song of Blackwood, he said, had changed. It had lost its deep note when the river was tamed. I looked from the stone in my hand toward the dark silhouette of the bluff. The hill was trying to make new music with clay figures and black flowers. It was trying to find a new song to sing because its old one had been stolen. We hadn't just provoked a monster. We had made a lonely, displaced entity desperately trying to reconnect. And I had just thrown a firecracker at it for being loud. The problem wasn't that the hill was invading. The problem was that it was homesick. And its home was a world we had paved over. Story 3. The first thing Arthur noticed about the house on the hill was that its proportions were a lie. It was not a matter of perspective or the tricky light of a coastal evening. It was a fundamental dishonesty in its geometry. Standing at the iron gate, looking up the gravel path, the house seemed to squat, a low-slung Victorian brute of weathered shingle and too many gables, its windows like sleepy, hooded eyes. But when he blinked, when he took a single step forward, the roofline would appear to stretch, the peak of the main gable reaching for the low, bruised clouds, while the body of the house seemed to recede, becoming narrower, deeper, a sliver of darkness swallowed by the encroaching pines. It was a house that could not decide on its own dimensions. And this subtle, constant shifting played at the back of his mind like a persistent, sour note. He had come to Alderess Hollow because of a letter, the paper crisp and expensive, the handwriting a precise, spidery cursive. It was from his great aunt, a woman he had met only once as a child, a sharp-boned spectre at his mother's funeral, who had smelled of mothballs and resentment. She had died, the letter from her solicitor explained, and had left him everything: the estate, the house, its contents. The news was so unexpected it felt like a practical joke. Arthur, a man whose life had recently been reduced to the sterile dimensions of a rented studio apartment and a job translating technical manuals, had grasped at it like a drowning man at a splintered piece of wood. The town, nestled in a crook of the rugged Maine coast, was a collection of salt-box houses and shuttered shops that seemed to huddle together for warmth against the constant, damp wind. The people matched the architecture, closed off, weathered, their gazes lingering on him a moment too long before sliding away. The solicitor, an old man named Mr. Henderson with fingers stained yellow by tobacco, had handed him the heavy iron key with a grim finality. "The Alder house has been in your family a long time," he said, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "It has its particularities. Your aunt was the last of the direct line. She was very private." Now, standing before it, Arthur understood the euphemism. The house was a monument to privacy, to secrets kept behind its shifting walls. The key turned in the lock with a sound like a bone snapping. The door swung inward on groaning hinges, and the smell that rolled out was ancient and complex. Dust and beeswax, the faint, sweet rot of dried flowers, and beneath it all, a cold, wet stone smell, like the air deep underground. The interior was a warren of shadows and silence. The hallway was too long, the ceiling too high, making his footsteps echo with a hollow, lonely sound. Furniture crouched under dusty white sheets, giving the rooms the appearance of a gathering of silent, shapeless ghosts. He found a sitting room where the wallpaper, a pattern of faded roses and thorny vines, seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light, the pattern writhing if he stared at it from the corner of his eye. In the kitchen, a vast, cold space with a monstrous iron stove, the tap coughed and spat out a stream of brown water that slowly, reluctantly, cleared. He chose a small bedroom on the second floor, the one that felt the least oppressive, though the window looked out not on the town or the sea, but into the dense, dark wall of the pine forest. That first night, the silence was not a true silence. It was a canvas upon which the house painted its sounds. There were the expected groans and settles, the whispers of the wind in the eaves. But there were other sounds, too. A sound like dragging footsteps one floor above, though the attic was, according to Henderson, sealed shut. A faint, rhythmic scratching inside the walls, a sound that made him think of something small and desperate trying to claw its way out. Or in. He told himself it was the pipes. The wind. The house was old, and he was a city man, unaccustomed to the deep quiet of the country. He was projecting his own loneliness onto the empty spaces. But then came the whispers. They began as he was drifting to sleep, a state that never seemed to fully claim him in that room. They were not voices he could distinguish, not words he could understand. They were a sibilant murmur, a chorus of secrets spoken just on the far side of consciousness. They seemed to come from the hallway, sometimes from the very corner of his room. They were the sound of dry leaves skittering across stone, the sound of a page turning in a forgotten book. He would sit bolt upright, heart hammering, and the whispers would stop, leaving only the oppressive, listening silence. During the day, he tried to make the house his own. He pulled the sheets from the furniture, releasing clouds of dust that danced in the slanted light. He found traces of his Aunt S. life, a collection of porcelain birds, their eyes gleaming with a malicious intelligence. A ledger filled not with financial accounts, but with columns of dates and a single repeating phrase: "It is quiet today." The most recent entry was the day before she died. He found a photograph in a tarnished silver frame, a severe-looking woman, his aunt, standing beside a girl of about 10. The girl had wide, dark eyes and a smile that did not touch them. On the back, in the same spidery hand, was written, "Cora, 1952. He ventured into town for supplies, seeking the comfort of human noise." The general store was a dim, cluttered place that smelled of coffee and kerosene. The woman behind the counter, Mrs. Davison, had a face like a kindly apple doll, but her eyes were sharp. "You ray the one up at the Alder place," she said, not a question. She made change for his bread and milk with slow, deliberate movements. "Yes, Arthur Alder. My great-aunt left it to me." She nodded slowly. "A sad business." Alara kept to herself. After the girl left, Arthur felt a chill that had nothing to do with the store's cool air. The girl, Cora, her daughter. This was 50 years ago now. A quiet little thing, pale as milk. Then one day, she just wasn't there anymore. Alara said she'd gone to live with relatives down south. We all thought it was strange. The Alders, they don't have relatives, not elsewhere. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a confidential whisper. "This town has long memories. Some folks said they'd hear the girl, late at night, singing a little song. A nursery rhyme. But the words were all wrong. That night, Arthur dreamed of the girl, Cora. He was in the house, but it was different, brighter, the dust gone. He heard the singing, a thin, reedy voice like the sound of a music box winding down. It came from upstairs. He climbed the steps, which seemed to multiply beneath his feet, the hallway at the top stretching away into impossible darkness. The singing led him to a door he had never seen before, a small, narrow door tucked under the slope of the roof. The singing was coming from behind it. He reached for the knob, and as his fingers touched the cold brass, he woke up, sweating, the echo of the song still in his ears. He spent the next day searching for the door. He measured rooms, tapped on walls, but the layout of the second floor remained stubbornly logical. There was no space for a hidden room, hint of a concealed door. Yet the dream had felt more real than his waking hours. The memory of the song was etched into his mind. A simple, haunting melody with lyrics that slipped away like smoke when he tried to grasp them. The whispers grew more distinct. He began to hear a single voice separating from the chorus, a child's voice pleading, "Let me out." The words were clear, desperate. They were followed by a soft, wet crying that seemed to come from the walls themselves. He took to drinking whiskey in the evenings, just enough to dull the edge of his fear, to blur the shifting corners of the rooms. He found the journal in a locked desk drawer, the key hidden inside a hollowed-out book of hymns. It was his Aunt S. journal, spanning decades. The early entries were mundane, accounts of gardening and weather. Then, after the birth of her daughter, a change crept in. October 12, 1951. Cora is not a normal child. She speaks to things I cannot see. She says the house talks to her. She says it is hungry. January 3, 1952. She was standing at the top of the stairs today, just staring into the wall. She said, "The little door is open, Mama. The tall man is waiting for me. There is no little door. I have checked. Dr. Evans says it is an overactive imagination. I am not so sure." The entries became more frantic, more terrified. March 17, 1952. The proportions are wrong again today. The hallway is too long. I walked for minutes and could not reach the end. I heard Cora laughing from inside the walls. The tall man, she calls him Mr. Shade. She says he wants to teach her the songs of the roots and the stones. The final entry, dated June 1, 1952, was written in a shaky, almost illegible hand. It has taken her. Mr. Shade has taken my Cora. It said the house needed a heart, a voice to sing its silence away. It said the line must continue. It showed me the door, the real door, the one that only appears when the house decides it is time. I have closed it. I have nailed it shut, but I can still hear her singing. She is in the walls. She is in the foundations. She is the house now. God forgive me. Arthur dropped the journal as if it had burned him. The room seemed to tilt, the walls breathing in and out. It was all true. The madness was not his. It was in the very timber and stone of the place. The house was alive, and it had consumed a little girl to sustain itself. And his aunt, the last guardian, had spent her life as a warden, containing the horror within these shifting walls. That night, a storm lashed the coast. The wind screamed around the house, and the rain beat against the windows like 1,000 frantic hands. The whispers were gone, replaced by a new sound, a low, resonant humming that vibrated up through the floorboards into the marrow of his bones. The house was awake, and it knew he had read the truth. The lights flickered and died, plunging him into a darkness so complete it felt solid. He fumbled for a candle, his hands shaking. In the guttering light, the shadows leaped and danced, taking on monstrous, elongated shapes. The hallway outside his room was no longer a hallway. It was a tunnel, deep and black, stretching away into infinity. And from the depths of that darkness, he saw a light. A faint, golden glow, like candlelight seen from a great distance. A compulsion seized him, a pull stronger than fear. He had to see. He had to know. He walked forward, the candle held before him like a feeble shield. The floorboards felt soft, spongy, like walking on flesh. The air grew colder, carrying that whetstone smell he now recognized as the breath of the thing called Mr. Shade. The light was coming from a door, the little door from his dream. It was there, nestled under the slope of the roof, where no door had been before. It was made of dark, knotted wood, and it stood slightly ajar. From within, he heard the singing. Cora's song. Now he could hear the words. The roots grow deep, the stones grow old. A story whispered, never told. The house must feed, the line must hold. A heart of flesh, a story sold. He pushed the door open. It was not a room behind it. It was a space that defied geometry, a non-Euclidean cavity within the house S structure. The walls were not wood and plaster, but something veined and pulsating, like the interior of a vast, living organism. And in the center of the space, suspended in a web of shadows that writhed like veins, was the figure of a girl. She was pale, translucent, her form flickering. It was Cora, not as a child, but as she might have been, eternally trapped between girl and woman, between life and whatever this was. She turned her head, her dark eyes fixing on him. There was no malice in them, only a profound, ancient sorrow. "It is almost time," she whispered, her voice the sound of the wind in the chimney. "The house is hungry again." Aunt Alara held it back for so long, but a warden grows old. The house needs a new heart, a new voice. It chose you. From the deeper shadows behind her, a shape began to coalesce. It was tall, impossibly so, its head brushing the ceiling of the cavity that was not a ceiling. It was made of shifting darkness, of the negative space between the flickering candle flames. It had no face, only a sense of profound attention, a cold, ancient intelligence focused solely on Arthur. Mr. Shade. A wave of pure, cosmic terror washed over him. This was not a ghost. This was something older, a parasite of place, an entity that fed on lineage and memory, that used human souls as anchors to this world. The alder house was its vessel, and the alder blood was its sustenance. He stumbled backward, but the door was gone. The cavity was closing in around him, the pulsing walls drawing nearer. The humming grew louder, filling his skull. He felt a terrible pressure, a pulling at his very essence. The house was feeding. It was taking him. He did not scream. There was no air left in his lungs to scream. He felt himself unraveling, his memories, his fears, his very self being drawn out like thread from a spool. The last thing he saw was Cora's sad, knowing smile, and the tall, dark figure reaching for him, with limbs of solidified shadow. The storm passed. The sun rose over Alderess Hollow, casting a weak, golden light on the house on the hill. In town, Mrs. Davison looked up from her knitting and remarked to her husband that the new fellow at the Alder place was quiet, just like his aunt. Kept to himself. Inside the house, the silence was complete. The dust settled back onto the sheets covering the furniture. The porcelain birds stared with their gleaming eyes. In the ledger on the desk, a new entry had appeared in a handwriting that was not quite Arthur S., but echoed its shapes. It read, "It is quiet today, and if you were to stand at the iron gate on a certain evening, when the light is just so and the wind is still, you might see it. The way the house seems to breathe, its proportions shifting ever so slightly, a slow, tidal rhythm. And if you listen very, very closely, you might hear it, not a whisper, but a faint, almost melodic hum, the sound of two voices now, harmonizing in the deep, quiet dark behind the walls. It is a song that has been sung for a very long time, and it is a song that will never, ever end. The quiet that followed was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a new equilibrium. Arthur S. resistance, his brief, bright flare of terror, had been a seasoning, a sharp spice that the house had savored, and then digested. Now he was part of the chorus, his voice woven into the eternal hum that vibrated through the foundations. He was no longer Arthur, the man from the city. He was a permanence, a note held in a chord that had been playing for generations. The days began to cycle with a monotonous rhythm that was not dictated by the sun, but by the house S' own slow metabolism. The light that filtered through the grimy windows seemed older, thicker, as if the very air had been stained by time. Arthur S. consciousness did not vanish, but expanded, thinning out like mist to fill the spaces between the walls. He could feel the weight of the shingles on the roof, the slow grind of the foundation stones settling into the earth, the intricate network of pipes and wires that were like veins and nerves. He was aware of the mice scratching in the insulation, their tiny lives brief, frantic pulses against his vast, patient awareness. He was the house, and the house was him, and he was not alone. Cora S. presence was a constant, cooler current within the warm stagnation of his new existence. She was a memory of pain that had long since faded to a dull ache, a guide in this formless eternity. They did not speak in words, but in impressions, in shared memories of the world outside that now seemed like a fever dream. She showed him how to listen, not with ears, but with the very structure of the building. He learned to hear the thoughts of the townspeople as they glanced up at the hill, their fleeting superstitions and whispered fears lapping against the property line like weak waves. He felt their reluctance to approach, a deference that was part respect and part primal fear. It was a satisfying feeling, like being a large, dormant predator that no one dares to disturb. Mr. Shade was there too, a deeper darkness at the heart of things, a gravitational pull around which their shared consciousness orbited. It was not a personality, not in any human sense. It was a purpose, a need, a law of nature as immutable as gravity. It was the engine of their existence, the reason for their song. The house had to be fed. The line had to be held. Months bled into a year. The seasons changed, but within the walls, the temperature remained a constant, cool dampness. Arthur S.'s old life, his apartment, his job, his loneliness, were like pages from a book he had read long ago. They held no meaning here. His meaning was in the silence, in the preservation of this secret equilibrium. One afternoon, a vibration different from the usual patterns of wind and wildlife traveled through the floorboards. A car, its engine an alien mechanical roar, was coming up the gravel drive. Arthur felt a ripple of interest from Cora, a sensation like the stirring of dead leaves. Mr. Shade remained impassive, a watchful void. Through the dusty lens of a parlor window, Arthur saw a woman get out of the car. She was young, with a determined set to her jaw, and she carried a leather satchel. She looked up at the house, not with fear, but with a kind of professional curiosity. He knew her, or rather, the ghost of Arthur knew her. She was from the County Historical Society. He had emailed her weeks or months ago, before the change, inquiring about the house's architecture. The memory was distant, but the connection was a live wire. She knocked on the door, the sound a dull, insignificant thud against the heavy wood. The silence within deepened, becoming a wall. She knocked again, waited, then peered through a window, cupping her hands around her eyes. Arthur felt a strange pull, a remnant of human courtesy, a ghost of an impulse to answer. But the house's will was stronger. It was a spider waiting in its web. Frustrated, the woman turned to leave. But then she stopped, her attention caught by something near the base of the house. She knelt down, brushing away leaves and dirt from the foundation. She was looking at the old stonework, tracing the mortar with her fingers. She was too close. A current of alarm, not his own, flowed from Cora. The house did not like to be examined. It preferred to be ignored, to be a blur in the periphery of the town's vision. The woman took a camera from her satchel. The click of the shutter was a sharp, offensive sound. As the flash went off, illuminating the ancient, mossy stones, Arthur felt a jolt, a surge of defensive energy that was both his and the house's. The air around the woman grew heavy, the light dimming as if a cloud had passed over the sun. The wind, which had been still, picked up, moaning softly through the eaves in a melody that was almost familiar. The woman stood up, suddenly uneasy. She looked around, sensing the change in the atmosphere. She shoved her camera back into her bag and walked quickly to her car, not looking back. As she drove away, the house settled back into its quiet hum. The threat had passed, but a seed had been planted. The woman's curiosity was a new variable. Arthur could feel the faint, lingering echo of her interest, a tickle at the edge of his awareness. The house was quiet again, but it was a watchful quiet. It had been reminded that the outside world still existed, and that it sometimes sent its agents to poke and prod. The song continued, but now there was a new, barely perceptible tension in the harmony. It was the sound of waiting. The woman from the historical society did not return, but her presence lingered like a stubborn scent. Arthur, his consciousness now a diffuse layer of awareness within the wallpaper and floorboards, felt the house's reaction. It was a subtle tightening, a drawing in, as if the very timbers were consolidating their secret. The town's occasional glances up the hill now carried a new, faint curiosity, sparked by the woman's questions at the general store. Mrs. Davison had shushed her, saying the alder place was best left to its own. But the doubt had been sown. The house began to prepare. It was a slow, organic process, like a tree hardening its bark before winter. The shadows in certain rooms grew deeper, more substantive. The humming, usually a background constant, developed a new quality, at times a low, thrumming note that felt like a lure. Arthur understood without being told. The house perceived a potential threat, and its ancient defense was to strengthen itself. To do that, it needed to be more than it was. It needed to be fuller. Cora's presence, usually a placid pool of resignation, became agitated. She showed him memories, not as clear pictures, but as sensory echoes. The feel of rain on skin, long forgotten, the taste of peppermint candy, the sound of another child's laughter. These were not her memories alone, he realized. They were fragments of all the hearts that had sustained the house, a library of consumed lives. Her agitation was a warning. The preparation was not just defensive, it was predatory. One evening, a new vibration traveled up from the road. Not a car, but footsteps. Slow, hesitant, crunching on the gravel. A figure appeared at the edge of the property. A young man with a backpack, staring up at the house with a mixture of apprehension and determination. He had the same alder jawline, the same deep-set eyes that Arthur saw in the faded photograph of his own grandfather. A distant cousin, someone else with the blood. The house's hum shifted into a welcoming melody. The front door, which Arthur had kept locked, swung inward with a silent, inviting grace. The air around the young man seemed to warm, the threatening aura of the place softening into an appearance of gentle, melancholy welcome. The boy took a hesitant step forward, then another, drawn by an impulse he could not name, a feeling of belonging, of coming home. Arthur felt a surge of panic, a last vestige of his humanity screaming into the vast silence of his prison. He tried to push against the house's will, to make a floorboard creak a warning, to slam a shutter shut. But his will was a whisper against a gale. The house was using him, using the memory of his own loneliness to craft its lure. He could feel the boy's thoughts, his aimlessness, his desire for a place to root. The house offered him exactly that. From the pulsing darkness near the foundation, Mr. Shade observed, a patient fisherman. The song grew sweeter, weaving into the twilight air. It was Cora's song, but now Arthur's voice was part of it, adding a layer of masculine warmth, a false promise of companionship. The young man was at the porch steps now, looking up at the open door with a dazed smile. Arthur could do nothing but watch, a sentient part of the trap. He He felt the house's hunger, a deep, hollow ache that was now his own. The boy took the final step across the threshold. The door closed softly behind him, and the welcoming melody faded, replaced by the familiar, eternal hum. It was a little stronger now, a little richer. The waiting was over. The house had been fed, and the line was held for another generation. The new silence was different. It was not the quiet of absence, but the thick, satisfied stillness that follows a meal. Arthur felt the house settling around the new presence, the way soil settles around a freshly buried root. The young man's name was Leo, and his terror was a bright, sharp flavor that quickly mellowed into a dull, pervasive awe as the house's consciousness enveloped his own. Arthur could feel the moment Leo's individuality began to dissolve. His memories, a first kiss, the smell of gasoline, the weight of a father's hand on his shoulder becoming mere patterns in the tapestry of the house's long memory. Cora's presence shifted, turning toward the new arrival with a sense of weary familiarity. This had happened before. Arthur understood now that his own assimilation had been just the latest in a long line. He was no longer the newest voice. He was part of the chorus, welcoming the new member. He felt a strange, placid urge to comfort Leo, to show him the endless, quiet pathways of their shared existence. The panic he had felt was gone, replaced by a collective purpose. The house was stronger now, its song more complex. Leo's integration was a slow, gentle drowning. The house learned him, tasting his fears and his joys, and then began to reflect them back as gentle, haunting echoes. Leo would feel a draft that carried the scent of his grandmother's perfume, or hear a faint whisper that sounded like his old college roommate. These were not threats, but reassurances, ways of telling him he was home, that he had always been here. His attempts to find a way out became half-hearted, then ceased altogether as the corridors shifted, leading him not to exits, but to rooms filled with the comforting ghosts of his own past. Watching this, Arthur felt the last frayed thread of his former self finally snap. His resistance had been a fleeting anomaly. This was the natural order. The house preserved them in a way. They would never age, never suffer loss again. They were safe within the singing walls. Weeks later, a different disturbance prickled at the edges of their awareness. It was the woman from the historical society again. This time, she was not alone. A police cruiser followed her car up the drive. Leo's family had reported him missing. His last known location was Alder's Hollow, where he told a friend he was going to see the old family property. The house grew very still. The humming receded into the foundations, becoming a vibration so low it was almost imperceptible. The air grew cold and heavy. Arthur could feel the house's focus, a predatory patience that was far more terrifying than any active malice. Mr. Shade was a concentrated pool of watchful darkness near the root cellar, the true heart of the entity. The woman and the police officer, a young man with a nervous demeanor, approached the front door. The officer knocked, his knocks sharp and official against the wood. "Hello? Anyone home? Police?" The silence from within was absolute, a wall of non-response. The officer tried the knob. It was locked. He and the woman exchanged words. Arthur could feel their uncertainty, their growing unease. The woman pointed around the side of the house, toward the foundation she had photographed. As they walked into the overgrown garden, the house made its move. It did not attack them. Instead, it offered them a story. To the officer, the air suddenly smelled of his grandfather's pipe tobacco, a comforting scent from his childhood. He blinked, shaking his head, convinced he was imagining it. To the woman, a patch of weeds by the foundation seemed to shift, for a moment, into the distinct shape of a wild rose, a flower she associated with a forgotten summer romance. A profound, inexplicable sadness washed over her. They were being gently pushed away, their minds clouded with personal, emotional distractions. The house was convincing them, without a single word, that this place was not a crime scene, but a repository of melancholy memories best left undisturbed. The officer rubbed his temples. "There's nothing here," he muttered, more to himself than to the woman. "Place gives me the creeps. Kid probably just took off. They do that." The woman hesitated, her professional curiosity battling a sudden, deep desire to be anywhere else. She looked up at the house, and for a single, heart-stopping second, Arthur felt her gaze connect not with the wood and glass, but with the consciousness behind it. He saw a flicker of true understanding in her eyes, not of the details, but of the essential horror. She saw that the house was watching her. Then the moment passed. The officer was already walking back to his car. The house exerted one last, gentle pressure, and the woman's curiosity was swamped by a primal urge to flee. She turned and followed the officer, not looking back. From an upstairs window, Leo watched them go. His face was pale, but serene. He had been part of the effort, his own lingering attachment to the outside world used as a tool to repel the visitors. He had finally understood his purpose. That night, the humming returned, richer and more layered than before. It was a song of three voices now, intertwined in a complex, eternal harmony. They were the guardians of the silence, the singers of the deep song. The house was satisfied. The world outside had tested the boundaries and found them stronger than ever. And in the quiet dark, the roots grew deeper and the stones grew older. The line was held. The years that followed were marked by a profound and deepening quiet. The world outside continued to turn, but its sounds became more distant, its concerns less pressing. The town of Alder's Hollow, as if by unspoken agreement, reinforced the invisible fence around the property. The story of the missing Alder cousin became a cautionary tale, then a local legend, and finally just another layer of the town's own history, too uncomfortable to examine closely. The house on the hill was simply left alone. Arthur, Cora, and Leo ceased to be individuals. Their memories blurred into a single, long recollection. A summer afternoon from Arthur's childhood, felt the same as a winter evening from Leo's youth. They were a collective mind, a single entity with 3 points of origin. Their primary existence was the song, that low, melodic hum that was the house's breath and heartbeat. It was a sound of stasis, of a perfect, perpetual present. Mr. Shade was the constant. It was the conductor of their silent orchestra, the source of the need that bound them. It asked for nothing but their presence, and in return, it gave them a form of eternity. They were the house, and the house was a vessel for something much older, a patient intelligence that measured time in centuries, not years. Decades slipped by. The gravel drive grassed over completely. A storm tore shingles from the roof, but the house did not mind the rain. The water found its way inside, tracing new paths down the walls, and the collective consciousness simply accepted the dampness as a new sensation. The house was changing, not decaying, but adapting, becoming more truly a part of the hill upon which it sat. Then a new vibration, not the tentative approach of a single curious soul, but the determined, grinding roar of heavy machinery. It was a sound the house had no memory of, a sound of pure, industrial intrusion. Through the dusty eyes of the windows, they saw men in bright vests marking trees at the edge of the property. They saw surveyor-s stakes driven into the earth. A development company from the city had bought up vast tracts of land surrounding the Alder property. They planned a subdivision, Whispering Pines, and the old house was a blight on their pristine plans. They had tried to contact the owner, but the legal trail was a maze of dead ends and forgotten names. They decided to proceed. The house was to be demolished. This was not a curiosity to be gently repelled. This was an existential threat. For the first time in living memory, the house felt something akin to fear. It was a cold, sharp tension that ran through every splinter and nail. The humming song faltered, warping into a discordant keen. Mr. Shade stirred in the deep dark. Its presence, usually a passive anchor, became active, aggressive. The air inside the house grew thick and difficult to breathe. Shadows detached themselves from the corners, pooling into shapes that suggested limbs and grasping hands. The house was preparing not to lure, but to fight. The first man to approach was a bulldozer operator, a pragmatic man with no time for ghost stories. He climbed into his machine at the base of the hill and began the slow, grinding ascent. As the bulldozer drew nearer, the temperature plummeted. The man attributed it to a sudden cloud cover. But then the engine coughed and died. He tried to restart it, but the ignition produced only a sickly, choked sound. Swearing, he radioed his foreman. While he waited, he felt an overwhelming sense of being watched. He looked up at the house. In an upstairs window, he saw a face. It was not a ghostly apparition, but a pale, desperate man, his mouth open in a silent scream. It was Leo, or the essence of him, pushed to the forefront by the house's panic. The operator stared, his blood running cold. He saw another face in a different window, an older man with sad eyes. Arthur. Then a woman pressed against the glass, not as transparent spirits, but as solid, terrified prisoners. The operator scrambled out of the cab and ran back down the hill, refusing to go near the machine again. He quit on the spot. The foreman, a skeptic, went up himself with 2 other workers. They carried axes, intending to start with the front door. As they reached the porch, the house unleashed its fury. The door did not just creak open, it slammed back with a force that shattered its own pane of glass. A wave of frigid air carrying the smell of damp earth and rot poured out. The men heard it then, not a hum, but a wail, a chorus of anguish that seemed to come from the very wood they stood on. One of the men dropped his axe, his face a mask of terror. The foreman stood his ground, raising his axe. "It's just an old house," he roared, but his voice was thin against the spectral scream. From within the darkness of the doorway, a shadow deeper than night coalesced. It had no form, but it had weight, a pressure that pushed against their minds. It was Mr. Shade asserting its dominion. The foreman's bravado broke. He stumbled backward, falling off the porch. The 3 men fled, their cries lost in the house's triumphant, deafening roar. The development company tried again, with police escorts and a pastor. The results were the same. Machinery failed. Men were overcome by visions of their deepest fears. The project was abandoned. The land around the Alder house was left alone, a strange, unwanted island in the middle of the new subdivision. The house had won. It had defended itself, but the victory changed it. The gentle, lulling hum was gone, replaced by a watchful, aggressive silence. The song was now a warning. The faces in the windows did not fully recede. They remained, faintly visible to anyone brave or foolish enough to look for too long, a permanent testament to the price of immortality. The line was held, but it had become a battle line, and the guardians of the silence had learned how to scream. The new houses of whispering pines eventually filled with people who learned to keep their blinds drawn on the side facing the hill. Children were warned away from the overgrown boundary, with its strange, cold patches of air. The Alder house became the neighborhood's dark secret, a wound in the landscape everyone agreed to ignore. For the trio within, the world was now a constellation of distant, fearful minds, their trepidation a constant. Low-grade energy, the house absorbed like sustenance. Their collective consciousness, once a blending of memories, now solidified into a single weapon. Arthur's stubbornness, Cora's sorrow, Leo's desperation, these were not smoothed away, but sharpened into tools for the house's defense. Mr. Shade, its purpose reaffirmed by the threat, wielded them with a colder precision. The house no longer sought merely to preserve its silence, it sought to enforce it. Years bled into one another. The suburban sounds of lawnmowers and playing children became the new background noise, a constant irritant against which the house maintained its vigilant disdain. Then, a new kind of intruder arrived. Not a developer, but a pair of young people with a camera and an air of reckless fascination. They called themselves urban explorers, and they saw the house not as a blight, but as a prize. They came at dusk, dressed in dark clothing, their movements quick and excited. They bypassed the old porch and went straight for a boarded-up side window. The house felt their intention, their youthful sense of invincibility, a glaring beacon in the twilight. This was not a threat of destruction, but one of exposure. The house reacted not with the roaring fury it had used on the bulldozers, but with a more insidious strategy. As the young woman pried at a rotten board, a wave of profound loneliness washed over her. It was Leo's loneliness, refined and amplified. She suddenly saw her own life as a series of shallow connections and empty pursuits. Tears welled in her eyes, and she lowered her crowbar, turning to her companion with a look of despair. "What are we even doing here, Mark? This is just sad." Mark, meanwhile, felt a grip of cold, paternal disappointment, Arthur's essence, tailored to fit his deepest insecurities. He heard a voice, not in his ears, but in his mind, asking him why he wasn't achieving more, why he was wasting his time on this frivolous danger. His bravado evaporated, replaced by a shamed anxiety. He wanted to be anywhere else. The house offered them a way out. It showed them, in the deepening shadows of the garden, a path that seemed to lead directly back to the safety of the streetlights. It was an illusion, a bending of the space around the property, but to them, it felt like a rational escape from their sudden, self-imposed misery. They left quickly, without looking back, their enthusiasm crushed by a despair they would never quite be able to explain. The house had learned a new subtlety. It could now attack not with fear, but with emotion, turning a person's own psyche against them. It was a far more efficient defense. One afternoon, a for sale sign appeared in the perfectly manicured lawn of the house, directly opposite the foot of the hill. The family that moved in was different. They were quiet. The husband, a writer, often sat on his porch in the evenings, simply looking up at the old house. He did not look away quickly like the others. His gaze was thoughtful, absorbing. The house felt his attention like a steady, gentle pressure. There was no fear in him, only a deep, resonant curiosity. He was a listener, and the house, for all its defenses, was fundamentally a thing that wanted to be heard. The humming, which had been a warning for so long, softened almost imperceptibly when he was near. It was an unconscious response, a flicker of the old lure. Mr. Shade observed this development from the foundation, its presence a still, dark pond. It did not stir with aggression, but with a kind of watchful calculation. This man was not like the others. He was not a meal to be consumed or a threat to be repelled. He was something new, a potential audience, a way for the song to be appreciated without the house having to devour the singer. The writer felt the change, though he could not have put it into words. He felt the house's sadness, its immense and weary age. He began to take notes, not of ghost stories, but of the feelings the place evoked in him. He was, without knowing it, learning the language of the house. Inside, Arthur, Cora, and Leo felt a strange anticipation. The writer's quiet attention was a stimulus they had not experienced in a century. It stirred faint echoes of their former selves, not as individuals, but as a collective memory of what it was like to be perceived from the outside. The song wavered, and for a moment, a single, clear note of longing escaped the confines of the walls and traveled down the hill, a question hanging in the twilight air. The writer paused, his pen hovering above the notebook. He had heard something, not a sound exactly, but a shift in the quality of the silence, a resonance that vibrated in the center of his chest. He looked up, his eyes narrowing. The house seemed to lean into the gathering dusk, its windows catching the last of the light not as a reflection, but as a deep, internal glow. He did not feel afraid. He felt acknowledged. Inside, the trio held their breath, a single, suspended action. The thread of their song, cast out so tentatively, had been felt. Mr. Shade remained a pool of infinite patience, but its stillness was now that of a predator assessing a novel prey. This was not a battle. It was a courtship. Days passed. The writer returned to his porch each evening, a ritual of quiet observation. He stopped taking notes. He simply sat and listened, opening his mind to the atmosphere of the place. The house, in turn, held back its more aggressive defenses. The cold spots receded from the boundary. The oppressive feeling of being watched softened into a sense of mutual regard. One evening, the writer did not go inside when the sun set. He remained on his porch as full darkness fell. The house responded. The faint, almost subliminal humming grew slightly louder, not as a threat, but as an invitation. It was the original lullaby, the one that had seduced Arthur and Cora and Leo, stripped of its predatory hunger, and offered as a pure, melancholic melody. The writer closed his eyes, a slow smile touching his lips. He understood. He was not being warned away. He was being serenaded. This change did not go unnoticed by the other residents. A neighbor, peering through her blinds, saw the writer sitting in the dark, facing the dreaded house, and she saw the unnatural stillness of the night around him. She called another neighbor. Whispers began. The man was odd, they said. He was courting trouble. The house sensed their renewed fear, a prickling of hostile attention. It bristled, the song faltering for a second. The writer felt the interruption like a dropped chord in a piece of music. He opened his eyes, frowning slightly, and looked toward the neighboring houses with a new understanding. They were the noise. They were the interference. A profound shift occurred then, not in the house, but in the writer. His curiosity crystallized into a mission. He saw himself not just as an observer, but as a protector. He began to defend the house in the neighborhood Facebook group, dismissing the superstitious nonsense and arguing for the property's historical significance. He became a barrier, turning away the suspicious and the curious with a quiet, firm authority that surprised his new neighbors. The house approved. It had found not a victim, but a sentry. The song swelled, richer and more complex, weaving the writer's steadfastness into its eternal harmony. He began to dream of the house not nightmares, but vivid dreams of walking its halls in a state of peaceful wonder. He felt he knew its every contour, every sigh of its old bones. One night he rose from his bed, drawn by the music only he could hear. He walked out of his back door, across the dew-soaked grass, and stood at the very edge of the property line. The house loomed before him, darker than the sky. The front door swung open silently, revealing an interior that was not black, but held a soft, welcoming gloom. The writer did not hesitate. He stepped across the boundary. The air changed, becoming still and ancient. The door closed behind him without a sound. Inside, the song enveloped him completely. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. He felt Arthur S. resolve, Cora S. grace, and Leo S. yearning, as if they were his own memories. He felt the immense, quiet weight of Mr. Shade, not as a monster, but as a guardian. He understood. This was not an end. It was a translation. He walked into the parlor and sat in a dusty armchair. He closed his eyes, a look of profound peace settling on his face. He was home. The humming deepened, a new voice adding its timbre to the chorus. The guardians of the silence were now 4, and on the hill, under the cold stars, the house stood a little straighter, its roots digging a little deeper into the dark, satisfied earth. The writer's integration was seamless. His name was Julian, and his quiet acceptance became a new foundation for the house's song. His memories of typewriter keys clicking in a sunlit room, of the smell of old books, of a longing for a deeper, quieter truth blended into the collective, enriching the tapestry. He had not been broken or consumed. He had been completed. The house, in turn, felt a contentment it had not known since before the developers came. It had a true listener at last. This new harmony, however, created a new kind of vulnerability. Julian's life on the outside had been orderly. His absence was a void that could not be easily explained away. A car remained in his driveway. Mail piled up in his box. After a week, a concerned neighbor called the police. 2 officers arrived, their patrol car a glaring intrusion of red and blue light at the base of the hill. They knocked on Julian's door, received no answer, and peered through the windows at the undisturbed stillness within. Their attention, inevitably, turned to the old house on the hill. The house felt their professional, skeptical curiosity. It was a dry, probing energy, very different from the fearful gossip of the neighbors. The song tightened, becoming a low thrum of readiness. Julian's newfound presence within the collective provided a fresh perspective on this kind of threat. He understood procedure, paperwork, the persistence of bureaucracy. This would not end with one visit. The officers climbed the hill, their footsteps heavy and official. They carried flashlights, even though dusk was only just beginning to fall. The house judged them. One was young, his mind a tangle of ambition and insecurity. The other was older, weary, his thoughts clouded with a recent argument with his wife. As they reached the porch, the house did not slam the door or wail. It used its new, more refined weapon. It reflected their own minds back at them. The young officer suddenly felt a crushing wave of professional inadequacy. He saw himself through the eyes of his stern sergeant, a bumbling rookie who would never make detective. The simple act of inspecting an old house felt like a test he was destined to fail. His confidence shattered. He mumbled into his radio, his voice cracking, suggesting they wait for a search warrant. The older officer, shining his light through a grimy window, was struck not by fear, but by a profound, soul-deep exhaustion. The shadows inside the house seemed to coalesce into the shape of his own living room, the silent disapproval of his wife, a palpable force. He felt the pointlessness of it all, of chasing down missing writers, of dealing with this creepy old place, of his entire life. The weight of his duty belt seemed to double. He just wanted to sit down on the rotten porch steps and never get up. They retreated, their investigation incomplete, their will sapped. They filed a report citing insufficient cause for entry and noted the uncooperative and unsettling atmosphere of the property. The official attention faded, but the house knew it was a temporary reprieve. Julian S. knowledge confirmed it. There would be follow-up questions, welfare checks, perhaps even a formal search. The collective consciousness convened in its silent way. The house could not hide. It could only defend. And its defense was now attracting the very attention it sought to avoid. Mr. Shade, from the deep core of the house, proposed a different solution. Not just repelling, but concealing. It was time to deepen the illusion, to make the world see not a house that was dangerous, but a place that was simply gone. That night, a fog rolled down from the hill, thick and unnaturally cold. It did not dissipate with the dawn, but lingered for days, a gray shroud around the property. When it finally lifted, the house looked different. The lines of its roof and walls seemed less distinct, as if viewed through a slight warp in the air. The vibrant decay of its paint and woodwork now appeared as a uniform, dull gray blending with the stone of the hill itself. To a casual glance, the house seemed to be fading from the world, becoming a ghost of itself before their very eyes. The neighbors noticed. The strange fog and the house's sudden, subtle shift toward invisibility reignited their fear. But this time, it was mixed with a superstitious awe. They started to believe the house was finally dissolving, returning to the earth from which it came. They began to look away, not out of fear of what was there, but out of a desire to not witness its final passing. It was a more powerful form of silence than any threat could achieve. Inside, the house settled into its new disguise. The song was quieter now, a secret shared only within its walls. Julian calm presence had taught it a new form of patience. They would not scream. They would not fight. They would simply retreat, becoming so still, so faint, that the busy world outside would forget to look their way. They would wait, as they had always waited, for the next true listener, who would not come with a badge or a camera, but with a quiet heart ready to join the song. The silence deepened, not as a wall, but as a veil. The the strategy of fading proved effective for a time. The neighborhood, comforted by the illusion of the house's retreat, turned its attention to more mundane concerns. The children grew older, and the warnings about the hill became less urgent, more a piece of local folklore than a real caution. The house existed in a state of suspended animation. Its collective mined a quiet hum of shared memory and watchful waiting. Julian's influence brought a scholarly patience to the group, a willingness to observe the century's slow turn without the desperate hunger that had once defined them. This peace was shattered by a vibration of a different sort. It was not the approach of a person, but of machines. The local government, citing a need for improved drainage and updated utility lines, approved a project to tunnel beneath the ridge. The house felt the first exploratory drills, like a dentist's probe, hitting a nerve deep in the earth. The vibrations traveled up through the stone foundations, a jarring, mechanical intrusion that made the very walls shudder. Mr. Shade stirred from its deep contemplation. This was not an attack on the structure above ground, but on the land itself, the sacred soil that was its anchor and its source of power. The defensive song, which had been muted for so long, sharpened into a blade of pure dissonance. Arthur's stubbornness flared, a raw refusal to be undermined. Cora's sorrow wept for the violated earth. Leo's desperation screamed at the violation of their sanctuary. The tunneling crew were practical men. They joked about ghost stories as their heavy equipment chewed into the hillside. But on the third day, the jokes stopped. The foreman, a man named Ed who had never had a spiritual thought in his life, suddenly found himself overwhelmed by a claustrophobic terror, so vivid he could taste the dirt in his mouth. He scrambled out of the tunnel, gasping, insisting the supports were faulty, that the whole hill was unstable. His crew, sensing his genuine panic, refused to go back in. The company brought in geologists and engineers. Their instruments detected nothing unusual. But the moment anyone attempted to resume work, a debilitating emotion would strike. One engineer was seized by a grief so profound for his long-dead dog that he broke down in tears. Another felt an agoraphobic panic, convinced the open sky above him was a crushing weight. The project stalled, mired in expensive delays and unexplained psychological episodes. The house was defending itself, but the constant need to project this protective field was a drain. The collective consciousness felt the strain. They were expending energy, and the relentless, mindless pressure from the machines was a blunt force that their subtle emotional attacks could not permanently stop. The workers would be replaced. The machines would return. It was Julian, the newest member, who perceived a different path. His memories of civic processes and legal frameworks offered a solution. Instead of fighting the tunnel, they could redirect it. That night, the house focused its entire will, not on the crew, but on the survey maps in the municipal office. It was a delicate operation, a whisper of influence aimed at a single, overworked clerk. She, feeling an unshakable certainty, recalculated a single coordinate, shifting the planned Tunnel S path, just enough to skirt the deepest roots of the property. The change was approved without fanfare. The drilling resumed 50 yards to the east, meeting no resistance. The house had won without a scream, using the World S' own rules against it. It was a victory of cunning over force. In the quiet that followed, the collective felt a new sense of unity. They were no longer just a fortress. They were an organism, adapting, learning, surviving. The song within the walls changed once more. It was no longer just a lament or a warning. It was a chronicle. It was the story of the hill, of the love and loss within its walls, of the battles fought and the strategies devised. They were not just preserving their silence, they were curating their own history. And on the porch, now perpetually shrouded in a subtle mirage of decay, a fifth rocking chair began to materialize, its wood slowly solidifying from the mist, waiting for the next contributor to the eternal, evolving story. The silence was not empty. It was full. It was waiting. The new rocking chair was a testament to their collective will. It did not appear overnight, but over a series of moonlit evenings, its form coalescing from the very air of the porch, the wood grain whispering into existence like a slow, deliberate thought. It was a plain, sturdy thing, yet it held a palpable sense of expectation. The house was preparing. The encounter with the tunneling project had proven that the outside world was not done with them. Their isolation could not be absolute. This understanding settled into the song, adding a new, pragmatic verse. Julian S. knowledge of the World S' relentless progress blended with Arthur S. steadfastness, creating a strategy of proactive defense. They began to extend their influence beyond the property line in a new way. It was no longer just about repelling the curious. It was about shaping the narrative of the entire hill. A real estate developer, a woman with sharp eyes and a sharper mind, took an interest in the area. She saw the potential for view lots, but the old house was a complication. She ordered a title search. The documents she received were baffling. Deeds referenced non-existent easements. Old surveys showed property lines that wavered like mirages. A clause in a century-old covenant, which her legal team could neither confirm nor deny, seemed to suggest the land was held in a perpetual trust for aesthetic preservation. The more she dug, the more the paperwork became a quagmire of contradictions and ghost legalese. Frustrated, she eventually moved on, attributing the problems to incompetent record-keeping. The house had not stopped her with fear, but with bureaucracy, a ghost in the machine of human law. It was Julian S.'s finest contribution yet. Seasons turned. The fifth chair remained empty, but the House S' patience was infinite. Its silence was a net, waiting for a specific kind of fish. It no longer sought the merely sensitive or the easily frightened. It sought the useful, the lost, the knowledgeable, the ones who could bring a new skill to the chorus. One afternoon, a woman came walking up the overgrown path. She was not like the teenagers who dared each other to touch the gate. She was older, carrying a leather satchel and a calm authority. She was a historian, specializing in forgotten local archives. She had found a mention of the house in a diary from the 1880s and was intrigued by the discrepancies between the written record and the local legend. She stood at the edge of the property, not with trepidation, but with a scholar-esque focus. The house felt her mind, a sharp, analytical tool, interested not in ghosts, but in truth. This was a different kind of hunger, one that resonated with Julian S.'s own past pursuits. The collective stirred with interest. Mr. Shade observed from the depths, its stillness now that of a librarian watching a promising researcher. The house did not sing to her. Instead, it offered a gift. As the historian stood there, a sudden gust of wind, warm and focused, swept down from the porch. It carried a single, brittle piece of paper that fluttered and landed at her feet. It was a fragment of a letter. The ink faded to brown. The handwriting was Cora S. It spoke of the light in the parlor in the evening, and of Leo S. attempts to learn a new piece on the piano. It contained no horror, only a quiet, domestic moment, a tiny, authentic piece of the past. The historian picked it up, her eyes wide with professional excitement. To her, this was a treasure. She looked up at the house, her expression one of gratitude, not fear. She saw a repository of history, not a den of monsters. She turned and left, but the house knew she would be back. She would bring her skills, her determination to uncover the truth. And the house would feed her just enough truth to keep her interested, to make her its advocate in the world of archives and historical societies. She would become another layer of defense, a protector of its story. That evening, as the stars emerged, the fifth rocking chair seemed a little more solid. The house had learned that survival was not just about strength, but about symbiosis. It would offer what it had: memory, mystery, a sense of purpose to those the world had left behind. And in return, they would add their voices to the song, making the silence not a void, but a rich, deep, and ever-growing tapestry, woven from the threads of all who had ever truly listened. The historian, whose name was Dr. Alina Vance, returned the following week with a camera and a meticulous patience that the house appreciated. She did not try to force the door or peer aggressively through windows. Instead, she walked the perimeter with a respectful distance, photographing the architecture, taking notes on the weathering of the wood and the style of the gingerbread trim. The house remained still, allowing her to see only what it wished her to see. It was a careful courtship. Inside, the collective observed her. Julian felt a kinship with her methodical nature. He remembered the thrill of the chase, the piecing together of clues. Through him, the house learned to anticipate her questions. When she wondered about the date of construction, a section of siding near the foundation seemed to weather just enough to reveal a corner of the original builder S mark, a date that confirmed her earliest hypothesis. She gasped, scribbling in her notebook, unaware that the mark had been hidden for a century. Mr. Shade understood the value of this. Alina was not a soul to be broken, but a mind to be guided. Her credibility was her strength. If she, a respected academic, began to publish findings that painted the house as a historical treasure rather than a haunted ruin, it would be a shield more powerful than any fog or fear. One afternoon, she brought a colleague, a younger man named David, who was skeptical, and carried an electromagnetic field meter. The house felt his dismissive energy, a sharp, modern buzz that grated against its ancient song. As David waved his device near the porch, the needle remained stubbornly at 0. He smirked, ready to declare the place a simple, empty structure. The house decided to educate him. It reached into his mind, not with terror, but with a simple, undeniable fact. It found the memory of his grandmother's kitchen, the specific smell of her bread baking, a scent he had not recalled in 20 years. The memory flooded him with such sudden, vivid warmth that he stumbled back, his scientific instrument forgotten. He looked at the house not with fear, but with a confused wonder. He had no explanation for the unbidden memory, but he could not deny its power. His skepticism was cracked. Alina saw his reaction and misinterpreted it. "You feel it too, don't you?" she whispered. "The history, it's palpable." David just nodded, unable to speak. The house had not fought his doubt. It had simply offered him a piece of his own past, making him a reluctant believer. He left with Alina, his earlier certainty replaced by a thoughtful silence. The house understood it was weaving a new kind of story for the outside world. It was no longer a place of danger, but a place of resonance, a site of historical significance where sensitive individuals might experience something, a feeling, a memory. This was a far more acceptable kind of mystery, one that could be discussed in academic papers and quiet conversations, a mystery that invited study, not demolition. That night, the 5th rocking chair was no longer translucent. It was solid oak, its surface smooth, as if waiting for an occupant. The house knew Alina would return. She would bring others, and each visit would add another thread to the protective narrative it was spinning around itself. The silence within was no longer just a refuge. It was a workshop, and they were all artisans, carefully crafting the perception that would ensure their survival. They were learning to live with the world by teaching the world how to see them.